Davidson County Counsel is coming to you live from the Council Chambers at the historic Metro Courthouse. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 51st business meeting of a four-year term. This is the 21st council meeting of 2021. Tonight's council agenda is 57 pages long with 146 pieces of legislation. The agenda includes 47 second reading land use rezoning bills up for public hearing. It's another sign of Nashville's strong growth. One zoning bill to watch tonight will be BL 2021-906 regarding the McCrory Lane area in Bellevue, where there is a controversy over an abandoned rock quarry there. The agenda also includes 32 resolutions, 39 first reading bills, 14 second reading pieces of legislation besides zoning, and 9 ordinances on third and final reading. There are again a number of appointments and reappointments to various city boards and commissions on the agenda tonight. Working through a backlog, some of these appointments have been falling from Mayor John Cooper to Vice Mayor Jim Schulman to make. There are again 17 appointments to be considered this evening, including some high-profile boards, those on high-profile boards such as the Metro Charter Commission and the Historical Commission. Council is also expected to hire Margaret O. Darby as Special Counsel and Director of the Council Office. She'll be the first woman to hold that position on a full-time basis. It is a post of some influence and power. It's been held by only 5 people since it was first created over 40 years ago, back in the 1970s. Ms. Darby replaces John Cooper, who after 2 different terms in the office has left to go into private law practice. Again tonight, due to the continuing high number and spread of COVID-19 infections with the Delta variant, Metro Health Department has reinstated a mask mandate in all city-owned buildings, so everyone here tonight will be wearing masks. Due to a new COVID-19 protocol law passed this past weekend by a special session of the General Assembly, any mask mandates or COVID restrictions that Metro now has will be nullified. At least 24 of the 40 Metro Council members have sent a letter to Mayor John Cooper expressing alarm about the soon-to-be new law. They want the administration to try to work around that legislation, including possible litigation. The bills was thought to be perhaps most significant tonight are 2 second reading measures that would approve the use of license plate readers as a crime-fighting tool for Metro Police. Council has discussed this several times over the last year, but previous bills had not gained 21 votes for final passage due to concerns by some that the readers could violate privacy rights and encourage racial profiling. Let's see if either of the revised bills tonight, which are BL 2021-841 and BL 2021-961, can pass on second reading. We do know that Bill 841 will be deferred, and I suspect there's going to be an effort on the floor to defer the other bill as well, perhaps for as much as 2 readings. On second reading tonight, the Council will also consider a bill to expand the allowable locations of detached accessory dwelling units, DADUs, in Nashville. Opponents see this as a way to provide more affordable housing options for seniors. While others are concerned these mother-in-law freestanding duplexes will create more neighborhood issues. Council will also consider on third and final reading, BL 2021-921, to remove what some feel are outdated requirements for licensed taxi cab driver applicants to be tested for the ability to read and speak English. This amended law would provide that drivers still be courteous in providing passenger assistance as well as a safe ride. Under Resolutions 2021, it's Mayor Cooper's latest capital spending plan. It totals almost $569 million, with transportation and school projects getting the largest share. Parks projects will also receive a record amount of money. Mayor Cooper says that Nashville is in financial shape good enough to be able to add this debt. Council is expected to defer the resolution tonight for the capital bills for at least 2 meetings until December to study more details about the capital plan in committee. There are already at least a couple of amendments filed to add projects and capital dollars to the list, as well as at least one amendment that would take money from one project and fund another. After a pause at the last meeting, the Council is also considering a number of resolutions accepting federal funds to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. The largest is RS 2021-1202, would provide about $15 million to reimburse the city for expenses already incurred during the pandemic. Another resolution, RS 2021-1204, will provide almost $2 million in American Recovery Fund money to Metro Parks for managing homeless encampments and specifically the renovation and repair of Brookmead Park. The situation has been a growing source of controversy out in West Nashville. 2 other resolutions would use American Rescue Funds to address homeless-related issues. RS 2021-1207 will provide over $1.5 million to the Homeless Impact Division, the Metro Social Services Department, to be used for shelter, outreach, sanitation, housing, and food. At the same time, RS 2021-1206 will provide $1 million in American Rescue Funds to various Metro departments to be used for vaccination and assessment centers, homeless emergency shelters, personal protective equipment, sanitation, and signage. Council is also set to approve 2 other grant applications, RS 2021-1213 and 1214, that would provide tens of thousands of dollars more in federal funds to assist the homeless. The final resolution RS 2021-1203 would provide $150,000 in American Rescue monies for distribution to a nonprofit group called Fuse Corps, provide 3 fellowships. These fellows would be placed in the Planning Department, the Mayor's Office for Office of Emergency Management, and the Nashville Public Libraries. The jobs of these fellows would be between now and October 22nd to create opportunities and reduce disparities for those who have been impacted by the COVID-19 crisis and also who experienced a long history of injustice. One other resolution of note is RS 2021-1212 to accept a $50,000 grant from the U.S. Department of Interior and the National Park Service to complete a historical context focused on Nashville's role in the Civil Rights Movement, dating from 1944 to 1966. The fear is if this information is not captured quickly, much of it will be lost. One late resolution before the council tonight to consider. We'll take almost unanimous consent to get it before it, although it's expected to happen. We would accept a $1.5 million grant from the Shuttered Venues Program of the U.S. Small Business Administration to help the city's municipal auditorium recover from losses during the COVID-19 pandemic. All 39 first reading bills are expected to be approved in one motion tonight. Among those coming attractions for the next council meeting in November 16th are bills to create a freestanding city department to coordinate the city's various efforts to address homelessness and affordable housing. It's now scattered over several boards and departments. Another bill would allocate all the funds raised for the city's sale of delinquent tax properties to the city's barn funds for affordable housing. So another ordinance would seek to fund efforts to protect and grow the city's tree canopy, which remains under pressure as Nashville continues its rapid growth. If you want to follow tonight's council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda and a staff analysis online. You can go to just the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website in the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on screen when they come up for consideration so you can follow along and keep up with where we are in the meeting agenda. Let's go down to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman. He'll gavel tonight's council meeting to order shortly.
So will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021. Will all members of the council as well as the public please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Invocation this evening will be offered by Reverend Martha Carroll, a guest of council member Sean Parker.
Let us pray. Holy One, for the changing colors of the leaves and the bright air of this fall day, we thank you. For the gift of family, of loved ones, of relationships that hold us together in good times and hard times, we thank you. For moments of peace and joy, we thank you. For moments when we must confront difficult realities, we pray that we might rise to the best within us. We are here tonight, council members and citizens, to do the work of our city. May each of us bring to this important work a willingness to listen, an openness to opinions different from our own, and a commitment to do the right thing as best we can determine it. We know that we cannot solve every problem, but we commit to working together to find real solutions. We pray for patience, because we know this work takes time. And at the same time, we pray for a certain restlessness, because too many people suffer even now. We pray for the people of Nashville. Tonight, as this council deliberates, may their work be suffused with integrity, diligence, and a commitment to the greater good. As citizens express their concerns, may they be bold in claiming their right to safe, affordable homes, good schools, adequate health care, meaningful, well-paying work, and a city that celebrates their being here. We pray for our city. We pray for our leaders. We pray for everyone who calls Nashville home. Be with us as we seek to make it a city that reflects our best efforts. With grateful hearts we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You all may be seated. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from October 19, 2021? Got a motion and a second. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
No, Vice Mayor. There are no messages from the mayor.
All right. Couple of items tonight, not many. We have a long agenda. There is called executive committee meeting tomorrow. We have a number of items to cover that came from the last executive committee meeting that we had. But the mayor's office has also requested time to address the recent legislative activities by the Tennessee General Assembly in their special session, as well as to make a report to us on procuring a lobbying firm to support Metro's efforts up on the Hill. Because of the interest in this meeting, the meeting which was going to be held in Committee Room 1 is going to be moved into the chamber. Again, everyone is welcome to attend. Meeting will start at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Again, executive committee meeting tomorrow at 5 p.m. in the chamber. You should have gotten notice about Veterans Day activities. I know that there is a council participation in the Veterans Day Parade. You can see Roseanne Hayes about that if you're interested. Councilmember Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. This Thursday, November 4th at 10 a.m., there will be a mural unveiling of the late Representative John Lewis. This is a project of our minority caucus and community leaders. I'm hoping that you will all be able to attend, and if you're not able to be there on Thursday, please try and swing by sometime this weekend and take a look at the work. It was done by Michael McBride and also Donna Woodley, which are two local artists.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I know you all will have received from the Property Assessor's Office an invitation to an event that I wanted to mention publicly, and thank you to the Vice Mayor for giving this time. Metro is this Friday morning going to dedicate both a memorial garden and a conference room to former trustee Charlie Cardwell, who really did give his life to civil service and public service on behalf of Metro across multiple decades. So there will be just a dedication ceremony. It will be taking place again Friday, November 5th at 10 a.m. And people will be asked to gather in the area adjacent to the Howard Office building, which is located at 700 2nd Avenue South. And anybody who does choose to attend, they've asked that folks please park in the Children's Theater parking area lot off of Middleton Street there, right adjacent to the Fulton campus. Charlie was a constituent and a friend and just had a remarkable tenure, and I think this is a really wonderful way to remember him and his service to the public of Nashville. I know colleagues in this room know of his dedication and commitment to the property tax and relief program that his office administered, and I am looking forward to this opportunity to celebrate his memory. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Before we get into elections and confirmations, I know we have a number of people that are here tonight. We do have a number of issues up, but before we got started, we got word from several of the different committees that several of the bills that we thought were going to get a lot of attention tonight are going to be deferred. And so unless there's objection from the council, we want to get, there are 4 bills in particular that we want to call up right away so we can go ahead and get them done so we can let anybody who is here who is interested in those bills not to have to wait several hours before we defer the bills. Is there any objection if we call up 4 different bills so we can get those matters taken care of? Okay, seeing none, we're going to start with Councilmember Parker. He's got 2 bills, one on public hearing and one on second reading. I'm going to tell you where the bills are, and I'm going to read them to you, and then we'll take them together, all right? The first one is item number 10 on your calendar. It is on page 9 of my calendar. Again, it's item number 10. It's BL 2021-887. And the other one is 100 bills apart. As Ms. Zeitlin told me, it's item 123. It's on page 47 of the calendar. It's BL 2021-787. These are companion bills. So I'm going to go ahead and take them now and take them together. And, well, let me take them separately, because they're in different places on the calendar, so we'll make sure we're clear on that. The first one is BL 2021-887 by Councilmember Parker. It's an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2021-787, proposed specific plan zoning district located at 1505, 1509, 1511, 1513, 1601, and 1603 Dickerson Pike, 1600, 1608, 1612, and 1616 Luton Street and Dickerson Pike, unnumbered. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on this bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move this bill, move to defer this bill 2 meetings to the first meeting in December, along with the public hearing.
Okay, so the motion is to defer this bill. So there would be no public hearing tonight on this bill to the first meeting in December. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill, on the motion to defer for 2 meetings? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. That measure, 2021-887, is deferred 2 meetings to the first meeting in December. There will be no public hearing on that one tonight. And then the other one is BL 2021-787 by Councilmember Parker. It's item number 123 on your agenda. It's on page 47. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from CS and CL to SB zoning for properties located at 1505, 1509, 1511, 1513, 1601, 1603 Dickerson Pike, 1600, 1608, 1612, and 1616 Luton Street and Dickerson Pike unnumbered to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Parker, again, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to defer this 2 meetings to the first meeting in December with a brief comment.
Okay, hold on just a second. Councilmember Parker, we're checking. It looks like this one already got approved by Planning and Zoning last time. Is that right?
I believe it was approved in committee, and it has already had a public hearing.
That's right. Okay. So Councilmember Parker has moved to defer 2 meetings?
2 meetings to the first meeting in December.
Okay. The motion is to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, and I want to thank again all the constituents and supporters who showed up this evening to encourage this body to defer this again. The parties are in communication. They're trying to come to a compromise, and I'm hoping that they're able to do that before the first meeting in December. So with that, I'll renew my motion to defer this 2 meetings and ask for all support.
All right. So the motion is to defer 2 meetings, again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to defer 2 meetings, say aye. Opposed, no. That bill is deferred as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, anybody who was here on those 2 bills, on either 887 and or 787, those bills have been deferred until the first meeting in December, right? All right, the other 2 bills are the 2 license plate reader bills. The first one is item number 125, BL 2021-841, and the second one is item number 128, BL 2021-961. It's my understanding both of those bills are being deferred tonight. We'll do them one at a time. It's the understanding and agreement that both bills will be deferred, or we won't defer any of them. Okay, so the first one is item 125. It's BL 2021-841 by Council members Rosenberg, Mendez, Suarez, Sepulveda, and others. Ordinance amending Section 13.08.080 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to the use of license plate scanner technology in the public right-of-way. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Evans.
We had 10 in favor, 0 against.
For the
For
bill?
the deferral.
For deferral. Okay, thank you. And Transportation, I believe, Councilmember O'Connell, do you have that report?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
Okay,
I'm not used to chairing.
All right. You chaired for like 2 years.
I know. I should say not used to chairing again.
Okay.
We had, this is for Rosenberg's bill.
Yeah, it's BL 2021-841.
We voted 8 in favor, 0 against for a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. So there's a substitute to this bill in your packets, and I encourage you to look at it. However, given the fact that there's still room for work on it, and we had a request from our oversight board to allow more engagement, I asked for a 2-meeting deferral in committee. In committee, Transportation talked about having a joint committee meeting to have more extensive discussion on the matter than we can do before council meetings. And with Thanksgiving in the middle of those 2 meetings, I think I'd prefer to do a 3-meeting deferral, please. So I'd like to make that motion.
All right. So Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to defer BL 2021-841 for 3 meetings, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Deferral motion passes. 3 meetings on the bill. Okay, and then we're on BL 2021-961. That's item number 128. This is by Councilmember Johnston, Pulley, Nash, Rutherford, and others. It's an ordinance amending Section 13.08.080 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to the use of license plate scanner technology in the public rights-of-way. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment that I found friendly and get committee reports as well.
All right, let's get committee reports first. Transportation, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. We had, committee voted 9 in favor, 0 against to support the friendly amendment from Councilmember Gamble. And then on the bill as amended, we voted to defer 2 meetings, 7 in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstaining.
Okay. And Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Evans.
We voted for Councilwoman Gamble's amendment, 10 in favor, 0 against. And then we also voted for deferral for 2 meetings, 6 in favor, 4 against.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to remind this body that the first LPR discussion was brought forth by Councilmember Stiles on October the 20th of 2020, which was over a year ago. Her bill was consequently deferred multiple times and was eventually withdrawn. 582 was brought forth on December the 15th of 2020. It was deferred for 245 days in order to accommodate multiple special called committee meetings for public engagement, for education. It was subsequently withdrawn because of an agreed upon, basically, indefinite deferral. On that same day, Councilman Rosenberg's LPR bill was deferred for a total of 57 days. So here we are, over a year later, after 6 special called committee meetings, after a town hall, after an LPR demonstration, and multiple council district meetings for their own engagement with their own districts. We have talked about this ad nauseum. There has been no new points that have been brought up in months. I'm going to agree to a now 3-meeting deferral in order to track and to continually collaborate, which we have done. All of the sponsors on 582 and now 961 have been collaborative, have been open with each other. We have discussed this more as a body, this particular comment, this particular subject more as a body than we've discussed any other item outside of an operating budget. I'm not interested in deferring this anymore after this 3-meeting deferral. So I'm going to agree to a 3-meeting deferral, and I would move an approval for 3-meeting deferral.
All right, so the motion is to defer 3 meetings. Properly seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought yes, so I'd like to move the amendment, please, and then defer for 3 meetings.
Okay, all right, so there's an amendment. There's 2 amendments in the package. This would be amendment number 2 by Councilmember Gamble.
Correct, the other was withdrawn.
All right, so properly seconded. Before I get anywhere, Councilmember Rosenberg, we're trying to make sure we're fair on all this. Okay with the amendment? Okay. All right. So do you want to explain the amendment, or do you want me to go to Councilmember Gamble?
I'd love for Ms. Gamble to explain her amendment.
Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This amendment came as a result of conversations and discussions over the course of over a year that we've had with the community, with organizations like the ACLU and the Community Oversight Board. This amendment would restrict the use of the LPRs to felony cases and criminal cases only associated with violent crimes such as gun violence, carjackings, homicides, and assaults. Previously, it was open, it was broad, and just said criminal offenses, the broad term, but even law enforcement didn't feel like that was necessary, that it should be restricted to just felonies and violent crimes. So the amendment adds that on it. It also changes the audit committee of who could audit the log of use of the LPRs, restricts it just to the district attorney's office and the public defender's office and a representative from the Community Oversight Board. The initial bill added 2 council members, so that has been taken out. And lastly, it adds in the reporting that the council will be receiving or would receive during the pilot. This is a 6-month pilot that's being proposed. The council would be receiving reports every 2 months with that pilot, and it adds a measure of how many misreads may have been occurred during that course of the pilot. So those are the 3 main points that are added in the amendment.
All right,
thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. So the motion is to approve the amendment. Properly second. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember O'Connell?
I was going to wait for the deferral.
Okay. So questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. We're voting on its amendment number 2 in the package. It's by Councilmember Gamble. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. All right, so Councilmember Johnston, I'll come back to you for a motion on 2021-961 as amended.
Move for a deferral for 3 meetings.
Okay, the motion is to defer 3 meetings, properly seconded. Councilmember O'Connell on the deferral motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know the sponsor has indicated the length of time we've been at this. Just a little bit of history here. We did have a bill last term in 2017 on this topic, and it honestly didn't generate this much discussion. This time around, I think both in the community and the body, it's been harder to get to a clear majority of support for one of these approaches. And I will say, with an amendment on this bill, substitute on the other bill, there's clearly work still being done. This is still an active discussion. People continue to share articles. I know I learned some things in the takeaway from the demonstration project as well as the town hall. And I think that's the deferral here is totally a part of the legislative process and justifiable. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Any other discussion? We're on a deferral motion for 3 meetings. We're on BL 2021-961 as amended. Motion is to defer 3 meetings. Properly seconded. All in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Bill is deferred 3 meetings. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. All right. So again, if you were here on any of those bills have now been deferred. Now we're going to go back to the regular calendar. We are ready to proceed with elections and confirmations. Councilmember Vercher, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Vice Chair Pulley has that report.
Wasn't sure. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
So what are you asking for, Mr. Vice Mayor?
I'm asking you for whatever you want to talk about, but actually,
Can you tell me what the score of the game is?
I would like to know the score of the game. I think it started 3 minutes ago. 4 minutes ago, sorry. So if you could go through and tell me what you did on all these appointments, that would be helpful.
On the elections and confirmations?
That's right.
Okay.
Who allowed him to
Happy
be
to
chair?
do that, Mr. Vice Mayor. We met, the Rules Committee met and interviewed several appointees for the Charter Revision Commission, Mr. Hal Harden, Ms. Susan Short-Jones, Ms. Lorinda McLaughlin, and Mr. Jim Murphy and Ms. Joy Sims were voted on and approved, 8 in favor, 0 against. Greenways and Open Space Commission appointment of Ms. Jacqueline Quarles McCoy and Ms. Kate Stevenson were approved, 8 in favor, 0 against. Historical Commission appointments of Ms. Renee Bell, Ms. Pamela Bobo, and Dr. William McKee were voted on and approved, 8 in favor, 0 against. We deferred the Historical Commission appointment of Ms. Jane Landers by Rule 1 meeting. The Mechanical, Plumbing, and Electrical Examiners Appeals Board appointment of Mr. Terry Atwood was approved, 8 in favor, 0 against. Nashville Education, Community, and Arts Television appointment of Mr. Mark Brown was voted on, 8 in favor, 0 against. And finally, Property Standards and Appeals Board appointment of Mr. Joe Hobbs was approved, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, so Councilmember Pulley, if you could give me a motion to approve all those appointments, that would be great.
I would move that we approve all of the appointees.
All right, so I got a motion to approve all the appointees with the exception of the one, which is Ms. Jane Landers, the Historical Commission, which will be deferred 1 meeting. Everybody else appeared, and everybody else was approved by the Rules Committee. I got a motion to approve all those appointments or reappointments. Proper second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. All those appointments are picked. If you are still here and can stand or raise your hand when I recognize you, Charter Revision Commission, Mr. Hal Harden. Okay, Mr. Harden had to leave. Ms. Susan Short-Jones. There she is. Ms. Lorinda McLaughlin. And you can remain standing because we're going to give you a big round of applause after for just sitting through most of this so far. Mr. Jim Murphy, Charter Revision Commission. Ms. Joy Sims. Ms. Jacqueline Quarles McCoy. Ms. Kate Stevenson. I've got it, Ms. Meanie Bell. Is it Renee? Renee Bell, is that okay? Monet. Okay, well, we got it all messed up, sorry. Okay. Ms. Pamela Bobo. Dr. William McKee. Mr. Terry Atwood. Mr. Mark Brown. And Mr. Joe Hobbs. There he is. Thank you all for agreeing to volunteer your time and serve Nashville and Davidson County. All right, you all are welcome to stay. We only have another 52 pages to go, or you can take off. Thank you all for serving this city. All right, the next one is RS 2021-1198. We're on special counsel resolution. As you know, several months ago, Mr. John Cooper, who was our special counsel and director of the council, resigned and took another post. The recommendation was to, after review and interviews, to authorize the employment of Ms. Margaret Darby, as special counsel and director of the council office. It's RS 2021-1198. It is a special council resolution. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. It is my pleasure to ask for approval.
All right. So there is no committee report, with the exception that it did go to the executive committee where it was unanimously approved. All right. So the motion is to approve RS 2021-1198, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. Please welcome Margaret Darby as the new director of the council.
Point of order?
Yes,
And
Ms.
we may
Allen.
do this again, but can we give recognition to Ms. Hannah Zeitlin for
You can
standing
certainly do
in?
that. All right, so Ms. Darby's official contract does not start until January the 1st. So she knows she can leave tonight, all right? But you're welcome to stay. Okay, it's up to you. All right, we are now ready for bills on public hearing. I will say, I guess before we leave that measure, that history has been made, as we've said in here before, both with Ms. Zeitlin and with Ms. Darby, the first females ever to lead this council. So congratulations. All right, so we're on bills on public hearing. Here's how this works. We have lots of them up tonight. I will call up the bills one at a time, then refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call for a public hearing, then ask for a show of hands of those who are here in favor of the bill and those who are here in opposition of the bill. Anybody in favor of the measure wishes to speak, ask you to come forward to the back podium. I will ask for your name, address. You'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. I will then reverse it and ask if anyone opposed to the bill wishes to speak. We'll do the exact same thing. After that process, I will close the public hearing and refer back to the sponsor. Again, remember, if the sponsor does not want to have a public hearing, they'll defer, and then we won't have a public hearing on that measure. So the first bill up tonight, item number 2, Bill 2020-479 by Councilmember O'Connell and Murphy. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from MUN, MUNA, MULA, MUG, OR 20, CS, and CF to MUN, NS, MUNANS, MULANS, MUGNS, OR20NS, and CSNS and CFNS zoning. Various properties located between Rosedale Parks Boulevard and 2nd Avenue North, Hume Street, south of Jefferson Street, located within the Germantown Historic Preservation District overlay, and the Phillips Jackson Street Redevelopment District overlay at 68.61 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're not going to have a public hearing on this, and in fact, I'd like to defer this to the public hearing in January.
Okay. So no public hearing on this one. The motion is to defer to the first meeting in January. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. That bill is deferred to the first meeting in January. The next one is BL 2020-504, also by Councilmember O'Connell, ordinance amending Chapter 17.36 and 17.40 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to creating an owner-occupied short-term rental overlay district. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This one tracks with the other one, and so let's defer this also to the first meeting in January, please.
Okay, so Councilmember O'Connell, you have an amendment in the packet. Do you want to hold that?
Yeah, we'll hold all action. These are tracking to run behind a different bill that'll come up later.
All right, so this one, a motion to defer to the first meeting in January, properly seconded. Any discussion on the measure? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is adopted. Deferred to the first meeting in January. Okay. Next bill is BL 2021-621, it's item number 4. Murphy, Allen, O'Connell, and Bradford. Ordinance amending section 17.40.720, 17.40.730 of the Metropolitan Code to require additional public notice regarding applications for permits from the Historic Zoning Commission. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right. I open the public hearing. Can I see a show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure? Okay. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. All right, I don't see any hands in opposition. Anybody in favor wish to speak? Okay, if you do, come on up. So I need name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes. You don't really need an introduction, but Ms. Renshaw, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Grace Renshaw. I live at 220 Mockingbird Road. This bill is well-intentioned, but it's so poorly written that it's unenforceable. It thus gives neighbors, so I'm in favor of it, but you need to fix it. It gives neighbors an illusion of protection that doesn't really exist. First, the U.S. mail is undependable. This is the year of Louis DeJoy. I don't mail bills or anything else I want to be certain actually reaches the intended recipient anymore. I pay online. Second, it's not clear that 11 days applies to the mailing date of the written notice or the date it's received. Third, it should say 12 business days. 11 days could easily mean a week and 2 weekends, not enough time to secure legal counsel if that's needed. This is a particularly sensitive issue to me because we received exactly 3 business days notice by mail of our next door neighbor's plan to build 2 feet onto our driveway. We needed to hire a lawyer and we didn't have time. Fourth, it's 2021. Electronic communications would be easier to verify and confirm receipt, as the burden of proof appears to be on the recipient to prove they got no notice rather than the property owner to prove she issued timely notification. Fifth, since you have reduced the notice requirement only to adjacent properties, how about requiring property owners to actually meet with neighbors face-to-face and tell them what they plan to do? That would it wouldn't prevent all of the inconsiderate, intrusive, or downright rapacious tree-destroying, lot-overflowing, oversized construction proposed in Nashville, but it might help. Sign compliance is simply not enforced in Nashville. Please stop writing bills that codes and historic zoning are not tasked with enforcing and don't have the staff to enforce. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Randy Horick. I also live at 220 Mockingbird Road. I'm in favor of the general outline of this bill, with one exception that I'll mention in a moment. And it's based on my direct experience on two different occasions with the Historic Zoning Commission. The first one, my wife alluded to, we received a certified letter from our next door neighbor requesting, it was relating to a request for a variance that would allow them to build a garage on part of my driveway. One of the problems was this letter arrived in the mail late on a Thursday afternoon. The public hearing was the following Tuesday, which left us realistically 2 business days to try to understand this process that to us was mysterious and Byzantine and strange. We didn't know a lot of the options available to us. Had I known what I know now, I would have had time to consult a lawyer, find out what our rights were, what our opportunities were. We barely had time to prepare a statement and come in. I didn't even know how the appeals process worked, or the fact that the hearing actually was an appeals process that we had. To top it off, the letter from Metro said that the meeting was at the Sunny West building on 2nd Avenue. When I went there, I found they were having early voting and nobody knew where the meeting was. By the time I got there, I barely made it for the hearing. We had a second experience. We own a property on Douglas Avenue where one of our neighbors was building an addition. Historic Zoning Commission wanted to tear it down. We did not receive a letter as the property owners next door. We only found out about it through word of mouth. Fortunately, we were able to mobilize a number of neighbors who come and spoke out for it. And the chairman at the meeting, the chair of the commission, said that had it not been for that, and she spoke very rudely, I thought, to our neighbor and harshly, that it was only because of that that we even considered your request. So definitely we need more communication. I would go back to the language that says 21 days and not 11. I think there are a number of changes that need to be made to this commission. I actually have a list of recommendations I've shared with the Vice Mayor, and I'd be happy to share them with you. Thank you all for considering this.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? Again, that was in favor. Anybody opposed? I didn't see any hands. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. And those are my constituents who I have been working with, and partially the spurring of this legislation is to have more transparency and more communication within our overlay districts. Too often times things go to the commission and neighbors don't always know of the notice requirements because signs and letters are not required. And so several of us in this chamber have worked to put together the amendment that Council Lady Allen offered a couple meetings back that's on the bill. And so what I'd like to do tonight is to go ahead and pass on second reading, but defer third reading to the first meeting in December to make sure that we review the amendment to make sure to tighten up any areas that we might have some gray area, and make sure that we have days and signage and all of that well defined in there. And so with that, I would like to renew my motion to pass on second reading and defer to the third reading for the first meeting in December.
Would you repeat the motion again, make sure we got that right?
Pass on second reading, defer to third reading to the first meeting in December.
Okay. First meeting in December.
That would be a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay, got it. Okay, we got it. So the motion is to approve tonight on second reading and then deferred third reading until the first meeting in in December, sorry. Has that got it right?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
All right. Again, let's make sure we got this right. The motion is to approve on second reading tonight, and then third reading would be on the first meeting in December. Got it. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. We're on BL 2021-797 by Councilmember Withers. Ordinance amending section 17.12.070 of the Metropolitan Code to amend the requirements of the residential floor area ratio bonus in mixed use. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. With the understanding that I do have a substitute to move afterward, I do want to go ahead and open the public hearing. But
okay.
Thank you.
Declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill. I see one hand. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. Councilmember Withers, I don't see anybody in opposition. The individual in favor wishes to speak? Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to approve on second, but then also add the substitute.
All right, so let's take care of the second substitute first. This is, I think, is this the second substitute? Okay, so Councilmember Withers has moved the second substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Well, first, I'm going to call on the planning table, but first I would like to thank the numerous people in the community, from the builder community, the affordable housing community, who have worked with me on this. I'm glad to see letters of support from some of our neighborhood associations in town. We had Matthew and from our council office staff helped me to organize a community meeting that we had at East Park Community Center that was very productive. Had a great working relationship with the planning department staff to get us to this second substitute. I think this is something that is a good starting point that most people are happy with. But I'd like to move it to the planning table for a discussion of the second substitute.
All right. Ms. Milligan, you're recognized.
Sure. Councilmember Withers is correct. We worked really closely with him in drafting this second substitute. When the initial bill was referred to planning, we had concerns about the broadness of it and how many properties it would affect. And so our second substitute more narrowly tailors this to a couple of our zoning districts, which are MUN and MUL, and their various forms. A districts, NS districts. And so we're really focusing in on the mixed use districts that have the least amount of floor area right now, and supplying a bonus for those projects in those districts that have residential, but also restricting short-term rental if you utilize that bonus, so that we are really focusing on getting residential uses where they are appropriate in those districts which have the smallest FAR.
All right, thanks, Ms. Milligan. Councilor Withers?
Thank you, and thank you to planning staff for that description. And with that, I would renew my motion for approval unless other members have a discussion.
All right, so the motion is to approve the second substitute, again, properly seconded. Discussions on the second substitute. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the second substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Second substitute's adopted. Now you're on your bill, BL 2021-797, as substituted with the second substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the bill as substituted with the second substitute.
All right, so the motion is approved on second reading with the second substitute on. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. The next one is BL 2021-831 by Councilmember O'Connell, Bradford, and Parker. Ordinance amending section 6.28.030, 17.04.060, 17.20.030 of the Metropolitan Code to amend the definition of short-term rental property, non-owner occupied, and to amend parking requirements related to short-term rental property, non-owner occupied. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer to the December public hearing with a brief comment.
Okay, so the motion is to defer 2 meetings to the first meeting in December, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. We were about ready to run this at Planning Commission, but there was a little bit of miscommunication about who had showed up in either support or opposition. So to make sure we've got sort of a fair public hearing on the Planning Commission side of things, we wanted to move it one more meeting in both cases. So we will hope to hear this fully by the meeting in December. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to defer to so no public hearing tonight. First meeting in December, that's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. The bill is deferred to the first meeting in December. We're on item number 7, BL 2021-832, Councilmember Allen and O'Connell. Ordinance to amend various sections of Title 17 of the Code to incentivize inclusionary housing with any residential development that seeks additional development entitlements beyond that permitted by the current base zoning district. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports?
This was, let's see.
Sorry, we're on public hearing.
It is not, I think it was deferred in the Planning Commission, and we don't have it referred yet, I think, to any other committees here.
Okay, that's good. Just checking. I do want to add an amendment with a brief explanation, and then I will move to defer.
Okay,
First the amendment.
So you don't plan to have a public hearing tonight on the bill?
Correct. I do not intend to have a public hearing tonight
Okay,
on the
so
bill.
ladies and gentlemen, if you're here on this one, we're not going to have a public hearing. There is an amendment that Councilmember Allen would like to put on. So what she's going to do is defer the bill at some point, but she wants to put the amendment on first. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you. So move the amendment with a brief explanation. This amendment would respond to some of the comments that were made when this came up earlier. We are working to provide another tool to provide incentives to create housing that is affordable to our citizens. And there were requests to add a cap, to add a sunset, and then also to give MDHA or whatever third party is overseeing this the opportunity on the front end to inspect and sign off that they could do it. So this adds a cap of $2.5 million and adds a sunset to the middle of the third term.
All right, so you've heard the explanation. Councilmember Allen moved the amendment, properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Now you're on BL 2021-832 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move this to defer to the first meeting in December.
Okay, so no public hearing. This is to defer to the first meeting in December. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The bill is deferred as amended to the first meeting in December. BL 2021-842 by Councilmember Cash, Porterfield, Murphy, Stiles, and others. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 16.28, Section 17.40.430 of the Code to amend the regulations of the demolition of potentially historic structures and sites. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to move the bill, or I would like to have a public hearing. Would like to open the public hearing.
All right. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I didn't see anybody on either side. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized on your bill.
Thanks. This does a couple of things. Intended to protect historic properties. First, it adds time to a moratorium on demolition permits for proposed overlays. So it's currently 90 days once legislation is introduced to create an overlay. This adds time if in that process there's a deferral in council so that a council member can work with the community to improve or redraw the lines for a proposed overlay. And they can make this deferral without it jeopardizing, getting outside of that 90 days that there is that moratorium on demolitions permits. And it also aims to prevent miscommunication about demolitions and makes a requirement that contractors show or submit an affidavit that they are to inform subcontractors as to the demolition status of an historic property. So they have to, they can't say, oh, well, we miscommunicated about whether or not that house was to be torn down or not. It requires that they let us know that they communicated with subcontractors. And so with that explanation, I move approval.
All right, so Councilmember Cash has moved approval of his bill on second reading, properly seconded. Discussion on 2021-842. Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. BL 2021-842 passes on second reading. We're on BL 2021-843. It's item number 9, Roberts, Porterfield, Stiles, and Bradford. Ordinance to amend section 17.36.110, 17.36.120, and 17.40.550 of the Metropolitan Codes relative to historic signage. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. I didn't see anybody on either side. Councilmember Roberts, declare the public hearing closed. You're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
Okay, it looks like you have a substitute.
I would like to move to the substitute.
Okay, so let's get the substitute on first. Councilmember Roberts has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Explanation substitute, either you or Ms. Zeitlin, which is
Yeah, if Ms. Zeitlin could do that, I'd appreciate it.
all right.
This substitute does two main things. It cleans up some of the language, but then it also deletes language that was regulating the content of signs and sign calculations to just remove any potential First Amendment violations.
All right, that's the explanation. You've heard it. Councilmember Roberts is moving the substitute, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. That was one of the weakest ayes I've heard all year. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. Councilmember Roberts, you're on your bill as substituted.
So now I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation, please.
All right, so 2021-843 as substitute. Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval tonight, properly seconded. Back to you.
So this is basically just a design tool to help us protect the signs that we all have in our districts that make us pretty much uniquely Nashville. You know, I have several that I think are things that really need to stay in the area to remind us, even though it's gentrifying, that it is still has the same character and fiber that it started with. It allows businesses to change the name on the sign to reflect the new business. So it's a protector of the sign, but it's not prohibitive to the businesses. All the signs have to be designated, meaning I can't just unilaterally go in and put an overlay on a sign. It has to be in conjunction with the owner of the business. There are design guidelines that'll be on the website. They are not up as of yet, but they should be up shortly.
Okay, so the motion is to approve this bill tonight as substituted, correct?
That is correct.
All right, properly seconded. So you've heard the motion. Any discussion on the motion to approve tonight, Bill 2021-843 as substituted? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Opposed, no. The bill as substitute passes on second reading. We've already handled item number 10. We're on item number 11, Bill 2021-893 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS5 to RM20A zoning for property located at 123 Elmhurst Avenue at the northwest corner of Lucille Street and Elmhurst Avenue. It's 0.13 acres. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do I need to ask for committee reports? We haven't got those yet.
No committee reports.
No. Okay. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody here on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
All right, so it's Bill 2021-893. The motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Opposed, no. Bill 2021-893 passes on second reading. We're now on item 12BL 2021-903 by Councilmember Murphy, and we can take this in conjunction with the next bill, item number 13BL 2021-904. 903, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending the Bowling House Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District to include properties located at 131 and 133 44th Avenue North, 4200 through 4411 Nebraska Avenue, and 4303 through 4412 Utah Avenue, Zone RS 7.5. It's 11.2 acres. And then the companion bill, BL 2021-904, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2021-903, proposed amendment to the Bowling House Neighborhood Conservation Overlay District to include properties located at 131 and 133 44th Avenue North, 4200 through 4411 Nebraska Avenue, and 4303 through 4412 Utah Avenue, Zone RS 7.5. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilor Murphy, you're on your two bills. Sorry.
Thank you. Having already substituted BL 2021-903, I'd like to open the public hearing on both bills.
Okay, so we're having a public hearing on both 903 and 904. Declare the public hearing open on those two bills. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those measures. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measures. Councilor Murphy, I see no hands in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Anybody wish to speak on this one? I see a couple of hands being raised. Come on up. If you want to speak on the measure, come on up and get in line. How are you?
Hi, my name is Katie Lamb. I live at 4400 Nebraska in the affected area. Sylvan Park's the oldest neighborhood west of the river, and it has a personality. It is charming. It has cottages and bungalows and little Victorians and front porches and gardens and picket fences, and the people who live there like that. We've had builders come to Sylvan Park for 15 years, and they build big houses, but 98% of the time they at least pay some homage to the character of the neighborhood, and their houses have gables and shutters, and they blend. Recently we had a builder come to town, and they had a formula, and they got a lot with 2 little duplexes on it, and that gave them the right to build 4 large structures. And their structures are 3-story boxes, and the boxes are taller than the telephone poles. They are as wide as codes will allow, and they have they're so close together you can spit between one and the other, and they have no yard. So adding insult to injury, they painted them black, so it looks like Darth Vader looming over Utah Avenue. Now, the one thing it did was it galvanized a group of neighbors to come together and achieve consensus, which we've never been able to do before on an overlay, very quickly, to say we don't want that to happen again. And a conservation overlay is a property owner's only option for protecting their home and any historic structures. So we're here tonight to ask you to approve the extension of the bowling house overlay to these 4 blocks, so at least we can save them, because if we don't do it now, it'll be too late.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lamb. Do you want to turn those pictures in, or do you want to hold on to those?
I'll hold on to them.
Okay. Next speaker. Name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hi, let me lower this a little bit. My name's Jenny Lee Wakefield. My husband Adam and I live at 4401 Utah Avenue. We've been a part of this overlay process since the very beginning, which has involved knocking on countless doors, collecting data, doing our research and homework, and talking and listening to almost every single neighbor in the proposed overlay zone. There's no question that this community needs this overlay. The Richland compound has proven that, and then some. The question has always been whether or not the community wants and truly supports an overlay. Previous attempts, as Katie mentioned, at overlays in Sylvan Park have been divisive and too broad. This one is not. It is concise and it is community-led. We have more than enough support from the parcels in the proposed overlay, and we even amended it to exclude and respect the only property owners who were opposed to it. This process has brought our neighborhood together, and it's given us hope that we do have the power to protect ourselves from predatory developers. This is our last chance to save this charming and historic piece of Nashville, and I hope that the council will exercise the will of our community by approving this overlay. Thank you guys very much.
All right, thank you. And anybody else wishing to speak? Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to really thank Katie and the Wakefields. They have really led this effort. When running for office, I said that overlays really needed to be done block by block and street by street, especially in neighborhoods like Sylvan Park, where in the past they have not gone so smoothly. And so I'm really proud of the work that my neighbors have done and the support they've given me in expanding this overlay. This is the second overlay in Sylvan Park that we've done during my council terms. And so, of course, knock on wood, but that is why we did the substitute last time, is to take out some of the non-conforming homes where there was less support for the overlay And I think that's what led to only a few speakers. If any of y'all have been around overlays for a while, you know, Sylvan Park overlay public hearing can go on for hours. So with that, I have fulfilled my time commitment for Sylvan Park on speaking tonight, and I would love to move this on second reading, both pieces 903 and 904. 904.
Yep. So the motion is to approve both BL 2021-903 and 904 on second reading. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on those two bills? Seeing none, all those in favor of 903 and 904 say aye. Opposed, no. Both bills pass on second reading. BL 2021-905, item number 14, Councilmember Evans. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A to RS20 zoning for properties located at 3216 Earhart Road at the eastern terminus of Buntington Way Drive, 2.93 acres. Councilmember Evans, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, to clear the public hearing open, a show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. Right? Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Okay, you've got people on both sides. All right, so those in favor, if you wish to speak, if you would come on up to the podium. I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Welcome.
Mayor and all you council folks, my name is Gareth Cornelius. My wife and I own the property here at 3216 Earhart Road. I'll give you a brief rundown on what we're doing here. At the beginning of the Bridgewater subdivision, me and my wife bought 3 acres, part of the Smith farm. Mr. Batson come in and got the subdivision going. Come to the council here, and they needed one more point of connectivity. Mr. Batson came to me and asked if he could put a point of connectivity to the back of our property, with that being for future development. I agreed to that, and so here we are today. Bridgewater has been built, and I would like to proceed with what we had planned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, anybody else wishing to speak in favor? All right, anybody wishing to speak in opposition, if you would come up. I'll need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hi there, my name is Ginger Ludlow. I'm at 1700 Robindale Court, and we appreciate what Mr. Cornelius is trying to do. We are not actually opposed to this rezoning. What we are actually opposed to is how it's going about. The property that he's wanting to build a second property. We recognize that'll probably be a rental property, and there is already a easement on his property from Earhart. And so we are actually requesting that the construction would not come through Bridgewater neighborhood. It would not come through our neighborhood and our streets, that it would come through Earhart where there's already a driveway. We're also requesting that the driveway for this property would remain on his. We've got a lot of kids all throughout this neighborhood that live through where the traffic would come through. And since he already has a driveway on Earhart, it's basically putting all of the effects of this new property onto the Bridgewater neighborhood instead of his. And so we're just asking for that to be considered and requesting that he keep his development kind of on his property affecting himself. If that's not a possibility, we would request that he would join our HOA, seeing as that new residence is going to be entering in on our streets and utilizing our neighborhood roads. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
John Brunner, 1640 Robindale Drive. My property actually backs up right to the property in question here. And again, as my neighbor, Ms. Ludlow said, we're not really opposed to changing the ordinance or changing the zoning. It's a matter of if he does build another property there, so just a couple additional points on that is that if it cannot, our ideal thing is to have it come off of Earhart Road, as she mentioned, but if for some reason that can't happen, and if it does go through the Bridgewater subdivision, We just ask that the driveway gets built first and all the construction materials, equipment stay on the driveway while that property is being built instead of on Bunning Way, which is the connectivity road. The main concern there is really the safety of the residents of Bridgewater, the mess that obviously construction equipment causes. Mr. Cornelius had brought in several loads of dirt years ago, and my understanding is, I wasn't living there at the time, but there was a lot of mess on the roads when that happened. So that's one of the concerns. And really, as she said, it may be a rental property, and just the upkeep of the property. She mentioned about the HOA. We have a good HOA, and this resident would be using the roads of Bridgewater, coming in there and then crossing over a common area to get to the residents. So by having them part of that HOA, that would require that property be upkept, because quite frankly, it's not really kept up right now. And I think that's the main thing. Our main concern is the safety of the residents, the property value of those who live in Bridgewater. Again, it's not the fact that it's going to be rezoned. It's if they do build another property there, how that takes place. So just some restrictions and some guidance in the event that that happens. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? All right, seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval with a brief explanation.
All right, the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
So this is an example of why communities in more suburban areas like mine do not like stub streets. This is a perfect example because oftentimes residents will move in really either with the advice of a realtor suggesting that this property may never be developed, that kind of thing. And there is a sign at Bunting Way, and let me back up and say, I so appreciate the residents that have come out to speak tonight, including Mr. Cornelius and Mr. Brunner for coming, because we've had several conversations, and I will say that, I like to look for, are there compromises? And I will say we're at a little bit of an impasse, and I think the foundation of this is the trust that the residents of Bridgewater have in the construction process, and really will Mr. Cornelius be the good neighbor, that I expect him to be, and I think that he will be. So as far as voting is concerned, I would say vote your conscience. In the end, Mr. Cornelius does have the right to build that connectivity to his property today, but it's just not a very popular way in suburban areas to get that connectivity, because if we're not going to have sidewalks built and that kind of thing in our lifetimes, the reality is it makes it very difficult for residents that are looking for a cul-de-sac for their kids to be able to play and that kind of thing. So sorry, this was not very brief, but I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
No problem. So the motion is to approve on second reading. Again, it was properly seconded. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of approval of BL 2021-905 on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. That motion is adopted. We're on item number 15, BL 2021-906 by Council Members Rosenberg and Bradford. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from AR2A to R80 zoning for property located at 7848 McCrory Lane, approximately 385 feet south of Highway 70. It's 42.24 acres. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Councilor Rosenberg, I don't see anybody here in opposition.
I don't either.
Anybody in favor wish to speak? I have one hand. Come on up. Name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Anybody else, if anybody else does wish to speak on this, come on up and get in line. Ma'am, you recognized? Name, address, 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Gwendolyn Blanton. I live at 218 Hillcrest Road in Kingston Springs, Tennessee, which is just downriver from this proposed development, which is actually the site of a quarry that is currently filled with water. And the water is hydrologically connected to the Harpeth River, which is upstream from us. So we live, Kingston Springs is part of the Narrows of the Harpeth. It's right out there where probably anywhere from 300 to 500,000 people, a lot of them from Nashville, actually come out every single year to swim and play. They paddleboard, kayak, canoe, fish, and just use the river because the river is only 30 minutes away from Nashville, in case y'all didn't know. And so this overlay, this zoning change would mean that they would only be allowed to build single-family homes rather than filling the quarry with a dump, and that could potentially pollute the river. So we are in favor of them changing the zoning so that we could have single-family homes upstream from us instead of a potential dump. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? All right, seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So for those of you unfamiliar with this site, I'd like to tell you a little bit about how we got here. In 2006, the current owners pushed hard to put a C&D landfill in our neighborhood. That did not go well, so they began looking at other ways to increase the value of their property. Later that year, the Planning Commission heard a request to amend the Bellevue Community Plan for this area, and they followed the staff recommendation that a special policy be adopted, and that policy said, quote, the quarry itself is to remain undisturbed and unfilled, end quote. Then in March 2007, the Planning Commission heard an application for 180 townhomes on the adjacent property brought by these same owners. They approved with conditions, one of which said, quote, no dumping or fill of any materials of any type into the quarry site, end quote. Subsequent to that, the bill came to the Metro Council with an amendment stating that no dumping or fill of any off-site materials of any type shall be permitted in the quarry site. That condition, pushed by the Commission and Council, created a lot of value for the property owners. It made it so the parcel was worth the $1.9 million they sold it for. Without agreeing to that condition, it wouldn't have had anything approaching that value. To be clear, they wouldn't have made nearly $2 million had they not agreed to that provision. Now, both the Director of Codes and Metro Legal agree that the use the owners are proposing is a C&D landfill. That is not allowed right now. It's not allowed because of the Jackson Law, setback requirements that prohibit having a landfill adjacent to a residential property, and a truck restriction. And to be clear, even if it weren't a landfill, they'd be proposing violating their own zoning provision, but that's neither here nor there. So if the landfill isn't allowed, why are we discussing this? Well, the owners have gone to the state with a bill that preempts all of our local regulations on this property besides base zoning. It specifically eliminates things like distance requirements, truck restrictions, and SP zoning. It also eliminates hours of operation and noise ordinances. The one thing it doesn't eliminate is base zoning. This protects our community from this end around while also protecting the highest and best use for this property, 2-acre residential lots. Though this bill is called a rezoning, all it is actually doing is preserving the existing zoning and protecting it from preemption and keeping in place the agreements that were previously entered into. Our community is remarkably united. Our public hearing at the Planning Commission featured our state senator, state rep, and 3 at-larges all speaking in support. The Planning Commission supports this application. The Planning Commission voted unanimously in support, and Metro Legal cites firm legal ground with this application. I thank you for your support, and I move approval on second reading.
All right, so Councilor Rosenberg has moved to approval of BL 2021-906 on second reading. Properly seconded. Discussion on the bill. Seeing none, we are ready to vote. BL 2021-906. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized. Hold on.
Please mark me as an abstention.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. BL 2021-906. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. BL 2021-906 passes. One abstention noted for Councilmember Swope. BL 2021-922, item number 16, by Councilmember Taylor, Glover, Murphy, and others. An ordinance amending sections 17.04.060, 17.08.030, and 17.16.070 of the Metropolitan Code zoning regulations to implement a distance requirement for the bar or nightclub use. Councilmember Taylor, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will need to defer this to the first meeting in December to track with the Planning Commission.
Okay, so this was, I believe it may be a deferral by rule, so we don't have to vote on it, just automatically deferral to the first meeting in January. Is that right? Okay.
December?
I'm sorry.
December?
I'm already hoping the end of the year is coming. Okay, the first meeting in December, thank you.
It's coming.
It's coming. Isn't it amazing how we wanted 2020 to end so quick, and now we're almost at the end of 2021? Item number 17, BL 2021-923 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code to update the Gulch South subdistrict standards within Chapter 17.37 Downtown Code. Councilmember O'Connell, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. We're on BL 2021-923. All those who are here in favor of the measure, if you would raise your hand. Anybody opposed, if you would raise your hand? See nobody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell has moved approval of BL 2021-923, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on now BL 2021-929. This is number 18, and it goes with also number 19, both by Councilmember Toombs. We'll take them together. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R8 to SP zoning for properties located at 334 and 336 Ewing Drive, approximately 560 feet west of Richmond Hills Drive. It's 11.81 acres, to permit 180 multifamily residential units. And the companion bill, item number 19, BL 2021-930, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2021-929, proposed specific plan zoning district located at 334 and 336 Ewing Drive, approximately 560 feet west of Richmond Hill Drive. It's 11.81 acres. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized on your bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in support of the measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition of the measure. So I see signs and things on both. All right, so if you are in favor of the measure, if you would please come to the podium. If you want to talk, I need your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. And anybody who's in favor, if you will come on up and get in line, that would be helpful. Okay, remember, we're on BL 2021-929 and 930, items 18 and 19. Name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Jared Cunningham, 5100 Tennessee Avenue. Just want to say that we have spent quite a bit of time working through this with Planning Commission and staff, Planning Department, multiple council members from both the affected district and adjacent districts, several community meetings in both districts, working through with neighbors, both personal phone calls and via the community meetings, as well as, I believe, a client who's here after me, if they want to speak to any additional donations and things that they're doing within the community to show their support as a part of this development. Ultimately, we ask that you guys approve this. We think we've done a pretty good job of working with everybody and believe ultimately that this will ultimately help solve what everybody hears is a housing crisis, and I believe we've got something that will ultimately fit in within the development.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, and again, these are in favor of the two measures.
Josh Haston, 3414 Shelby Bottoms Bend. First off, thank you everyone for your time tonight, and thank you for serving your community so well. Also, thank you community members that came out to speak for or opposition for this bill. I would ask that you kindly approve this bill. I work with LDG Multifamily. We are an workforce and affordable housing developer, and we have built successfully multiple projects in Nashville. And we're, as our engineer said, we are working, we've worked extensively with the community to make sure that we're trying to address all their needs and desires and gone above what I think our traffic studies have been called for. We're helping to widen the road. We've made significant amendments to the zoning bill, again, in response to what we heard from the community and working with the community. And we're looking forward to hopefully developing this project to help address the growing need for affordable housing in Nashville. So with that, I kindly ask for your approval. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Matt McDonald, 1222 16th Avenue South. I've been in the real estate finance, development, transactional business for a long time, worked with a number of people sitting in your audience here in previous administrations, and I can tell you that of all the developers I've worked with in this world, the LDG is probably at the top of the list in terms of community engagement, transparency, and going well above and beyond improvements just on the site to off-site improvements. You can ask some of your fellow council members some of the community aspects of their investment, not only on their property, but also in terms of community parks, community elementary schools, education projects. These are people that we want in our community. They are long-term owners. They're not merchant developers. They own their properties after they build them. They hire competent management companies, and they are totally dedicated to affordable housing. So if you think that we need more affordable housing, I think we need to look at more people like LDG, and their plans for Nashville are great. They've already done a great job here, and we want to continue that success story. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? All right, those who are in opposition, if you would come to the microphone. Anybody in opposition who wishes to speak? And if there's more than one, if you would line up behind them, that would be helpful.
Yes, my name is Georgia Harris. I live at 324 Ewan Drive. I am approximately 4 houses down. My land backs up behind the 336 establishment. I'm getting rainwater. And ironically, we are conveniently having a zoning hearing for 338A and B the same time that we're having this meeting here. To me, that really doesn't sit right. It's at Howard Building, case number 2021 SP 043001, zoning from R8 to SP. Now, how can I be in 2 places at one time? The grassy area and the high grass across the street from me, it was cut the other day with a tractor. I don't know where our tax money is going. I'm a homeowner. I pay taxes. I pay other taxes, and they're telling me that they cannot cut this thing across this piece of land across the street from me that goes from 322 all the way down to 340. They promised this big drainage thing that goes from the right of my driveway across the street, but somehow they ended up at 336 repairing their drainage thing. Let me just get to the gist of everything. If you want to let the developers build for the sake of allowing them to come in our neighborhood, it's going to be more rainwater. The rainwater from 336 behind me, and it's moving number 4 or number 57 rock out of my driveway. We have the ditches that are full. We have traffic congestion, noise congestion. And let me just say this. Tell Metro Council and Planning, stop oppressing rezoning, keep single families, say no to massive density, traffic, noise, crime, creating flood zone, and much more. Say no to developers taking over our neighborhood. If you can't come R8, you don't need to come at all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Claudia Wright. I live at 532 Mill Station Drive in the Clay Mill Station subdivision. I am 1 mile and 8/10 from this particular proposal. Ewing Drive is a 2-lane highway with no sidewalks. It's a very, very busy thoroughfare already. It's dangerous out there. But what this proposal does, and it's a very nice proposal, as I told the gentleman before, if it was on a wide or a street like Gallatin Road, Dickerson Road, I would be all for it. But on a 2-lane highway that is as busy and it sits right in the midst of a residential area. These are single-family homes. Our residents, our community is made up of single-family homes. When we get investors who want to come in and join in with us, we don't understand why they are not coming to bring single-family homes, what our community is made of. Instead, 180 rental properties. 180. They only have a provision for 294 cars. At a minimum, this is going to bring 400 cars right next door to our home. So where are those other cars, the extras that can't park in those 294 spaces? Where are they going to be? They also are proposing a swimming pool, a clubhouse, and a dog track. And that's all before anybody who lives there has any visitors at all. If you only have 294 parking spaces, but you have 400 to 455 cars, the specifics of this development proposes 85 2-bedrooms, 85 3-bedrooms, and 10 townhouses that are 3 or 4 bedrooms. If you do the math, with all of those cars, the density for our community is much too great. We need someone who's coming alongside of us. We need someone who represents us, who will hear what our concerns are and provide for us the representation that we need, because we thought we were going to get a consensus from our neighborhood per this letter that our council lady sent to the Planning Commission, which is the reason they approved that in the first place, but we didn't get that.
Reverend Wright, I need to get you to stop.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Please consider, this is too massive for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, need name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Chavez with the Black Nashville Assembly, 1826 Avenue North. We just wanted to say that we stand with this neighborhood in their fight against displacement of gentrification. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're on your 2 bills, 929 and 930.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I want to move the amendment on 929.
All right, so Bill 2021-929 has an amendment. Councilmember Toombs has moved the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
So the amendment addresses a lot of the concerns from the neighbors. Again, this is a workforce development project, so it's not gentrification. It actually goes to one of my promises, which was to create a diversity of housing options. So we have this workforce development project that actually will not be visible from the street. So it does not change the culture or the look of Ewing Drive at all. There's a subdivision of market rate homes that's also coming on Ewing Drive. So you have a diversity of housing options. And this amendment addresses some of the infrastructure concerns. Ewing Drive is a 2-lane street, so this development would require that there be a turning lane to facilitate left turning movements from Ewing Drive onto the proposed public road. The developer shall install a sidewalk on Ewing Drive from the proposed public road to Richmond Hill Drive. The developer shall work with WeGo Public Transit and the district council member to construct upgrade 2 bus stops on Ewing Drive at the developer's expense. That facilitates folks getting around. We talk about how many cars, every unit is not going to have a car, and improving bus access will help towards the traffic. Also, the developer shall work with the Nashville Department of Transportation and Multimodal Infrastructure, NDOT, to identify and install traffic calming initiatives along Ewing Drive at the developer's expense. And I will point out, I didn't have time to work out the language with legal, but there will be another amendment on third reading that where the developer is going to donate $100,000 to Rebuilding Together Nashville. Rebuilding Together Nashville is an organization that has, for the past couple of years, has devoted its time to doing home renovations in the Bordeaux, in North Nashville, in Bordeaux in particular. And because, you know, anytime you have, we talk about development not taking over our communities, and the community benefited from development. And there are a lot of homeowners in the area who want to stay in their homes, but their homes need repairs. And so LDG has demonstrated a commitment to that effort, and that'll be added to the bill on third reading. There have been multiple community meetings for the, well, we're on the amendment. Let's just, with that, Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd ask for the amendment to be approved.
All right, so there's a motion to amend Bill 2021-929. You've heard the amendment. It's properly seconded. Councilmember Van Rees on the amendment? Okay, Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you. I wanted to rise in support of the hard work that Councilmember Toombs has done on this project out of experience working with LDG and some of the extra efforts that they've done in my community in regard to stormwater infrastructure, road improvements, bus stops. There's actually even a donation to the Metro Historic for help on Skyline Ridge Drive. What she's saying, I've experienced. I also would be happy to work with her to have any constituents of hers that want to visit Buffalo Trail Apartments just down the road on Dickerson Pike so that they can see the quality work that this developer does, to drive down Skyline Ridge Drive behind Skyline Hospital to see the sort of infrastructure improvements that take place. It's been quite amazing, actually. And so I just wanted to rise in support of that and offer my assistance in any way to help our constituents have a bit of confidence in regard to this promise. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would also like to commend Councilmember Toombs for her work and diligence in addressing some of the concerns, and also commend LDG developers. They did come and speak. District 3 is right at the border of this property, this project, and it impacts neighbors in District 3. LDG came and addressed, presented their proposal, addressed neighborhood concerns. There were concerns about traffic expressed. There were concerns about flooding expressed. And the developers addressed all of those concerns by putting in, changing how the configuration of the development to address water runoff, adding the third lane on Richmond Hill Drive, and also the bus stop, sidewalk, and improvements. And so I feel that I agree that a lot of those concerns have been addressed, and for that I support the amendment and the project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. So let me go back. We're on an amendment on 2021-929. That's where we are. Motion to amend. Properly seconded. Councilmember Hart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Don't know how I can't get it wouldn't allow me to put up my to speak my request.
That's okay.
But it concerns me that some of the residents are still not sure and don't really understand. And I'm sure that Councilmember Toombs and the developers have probably met with them, but just wondering if there could be an extra effort made for them to be fully aware of the amendments and what it is that is being done to address the concerns that they have. For them to show up here still concerned, and I know that Clay Mill Station has been an affluent community, and Ewing Drive is a 2-lane highway, and it is very narrow. So I'd just like to ask if that's something that could be done between now and the next meeting.
All right, I think that's the record. Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yes, we have had 4 community meetings, but I'm more than willing to have a 5th one to go over the contents of the amendment as well as the amendment that will be coming on 3rd reading to address any resident concerns. I've had phone calls, emails, so I'm always available to talk to constituents. I understand the concerns about UN Drive, and that's why so much work has gone into this project to make sure that it's not impeding on an established neighborhood. Again, the project won't even be visible from UN Drive. And then there's so many infrastructure improvements and other benefits for the community that come with this project that would not come without new development. We are a very development dependent city. That's how we get a lot of the improvements in the city. And I know from having conversations with constituents, some of the things they've expressed to me, traffic on UN Drive, people not being able to safely stand at the bus stop. And so when I have developments come into the district and we have conversations with the community, I try to find ways where the community as a whole can benefit. It's not just about having pretty new buildings. It's how the community can benefit as a whole. And so a lot of work has gone into this project to make sure the community benefits as a whole. But I am absolutely willing to have additional conversations.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. All right, so here's where we are. We're on Bill 2021-929. Councilmember Toombs has moved an amendment to that bill. It's been properly seconded. We've had discussion on it. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Councilmember Toombs, you're on Bill 2021-929 as amended. And again, we're taking these 2 bills together, Bill 2021-930. Councilmember Toombs.
I move for approval of 929 as amended and as well as 930.
All right. So the motion is to approve both. 929 does have an amendment on it. That's the motion, properly seconded. Discussion on the passage. This is again on 2nd reading. I have to go through 3rd reading. This is on 2nd reading. Any discussion on the bills, on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of passage of 2021-929 as amended and 2021-930 on 2nd reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on 2nd reading, and it'll come up the next meeting on 3rd reading. We're now on BL 2021-931. This is items number 20, and it can be taken with items number 21. This is Councilman Taylor's bill. 2021-931 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IR and OR 20 to SP zoning on properties located at 704 41st Avenue North, 4105 Clifton Avenue and Clifton Avenue unnumbered, 4018 Indiana Avenue and 4020 Indiana Avenue, approximately 475 feet west of 40th Avenue North. It's 5.11 acres to permit 112 multifamily residential units. And 21, item 21 is Bill 2021-932, also again by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for Bill 2021-931. Proposed specific plan zoning district located at 704 41st Avenue North, 4105 Clifton Avenue unnumbered, 4018 Indiana Avenue, 4020 Indiana Avenue, approximately 475 feet west of 40th Avenue North. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of building. Councilmember Taylor, you are recognized on your 2 bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval of both 2021-931 and 932. Properly seconded. This is on 2nd reading. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of those 2 bills say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills are adopted. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. We're ready for Councilmember Syracuse. We're on BL 2021-933, and we can take it with 934. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R10 to SP zoning for property located at 2850 Lebanon Pike, northwest corner of Lebanon Pike and Stewart's Ferry Pike, located within the downtown Donaldson Urban Design Overlay District. It's 5.32 acres, permit 68 multifamily residential units. And BL 2021-934 Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2021-933. Proposed specific plan zoning district located at 2850 Lebanon Pike, northwest corner of Lebanon Pike and Stuart Ferry Pike, 5.32 acres. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of these measures. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to these measures. Councilmember Syracuse, I didn't see hands either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're on your bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Move approval. That's properly seconded. We're on 2021-933 and 934. The motion is to approve both on second reading. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of BL 2021-933 and 934 for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt both those bills. Thank you, Council Member. We are on BL 2021-935 and 936 by Council Member Toombs. 935 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to SP zoning for properties located at 839 West Trinity Lane and West Trinity Lane unnumbered, approximately 320 feet north of West Trinity Lane. 9.5 acres, permit 81 multifamily residential units. 936, which is item number 25 on your calendar, ordinance authorized building material restrictions for 2021-935, located at 839 West Trinity Lane, West Trinity Lane unnumbered, approximately 320 feet north of West Trinity Lane, 9.5 acres. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized on both those bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in support of either one of those two bills. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to either of those two bills. See nobody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
All right, Bill 2021-935 and 936. Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on both. Properly seconded. Any discussion on those two? Again, this is on second reading. All those in favor of those passages on second reading on both 935 and 936, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes on 935 and 936 for passage on second reading. We're on item number 26, BL 2021-937 by Councilmember Taylor, and we can take it with 938. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of Metropolitan Code by change from CS and RS5 to SP zoning for properties located at 2100, 2105, 2107 Buchanan Street, either side of Buchanan Street, approximately 85 feet west of Clarksville Pike, 1.12 acres, and then 938, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2021-937, located at 2100, 2105, 2107 Buchanan Street, either side of Buchanan Street, approximately 85 feet west of Clarksville Pike. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Okay, so we're just looking for the council members. Hold on just a second. We're on 937 and 938. Okay, there he is. All right, Councilmember Taylor, we're on items 26 and 27. I've read the captions. It's 937 and 938. These are things on Buchanan Street.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, so I declare the public hearing open. We're on BL 2021-937 and 938. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those measures. Okay. Show of hands of those who are in opposition to these measures. Okay, I got hands on both sides. All right, so anybody wishing to speak in favor, if you would, please come to the microphone. I'll need your name and address, and then you've got 2 minutes. Again, name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Gina Emanuel, 35 Peabody Street. We are the architects on the project. We've held multiple community meetings for this project and followed up with neighbors for quite some time. We feel like this will provide a positive walkable impact on Buchanan Street. And I would like to clarify that we really are only seeking this rezone from our base zoning for the portion that is CS. Based on the floor area ratio, we would meet the heights and setbacks. We would be able to work within that otherwise. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in favor wishing to speak? All right, those who are in opposition, if you want to speak, if you'd please come up to the microphone. Anybody in opposition wishing to speak? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have an amendment on this bill. I'd like to move the amendment.
All right, so this is on the first one, 2021-937. Councilmember Taylor has moved an amendment on 937, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Thank you. So this amendment adds a few conditions regarding the usage of the zoning district, omits bars and nightclubs, as well as no outdoor amplified music.
All right, that's the explanation of the amendment?
That's the explanation.
All right. So you've heard the explanation. Councilmember Taylor has moved the amendment, against properly seconded. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All in favor of the amendment on 937 say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Okay, so Councilmember Taylor, you're now on 937 as amended and 938.
Thank you. I would like to move both 937 as amended and 938 together.
Okay.
For approval.
For approval. So you've heard the motion to approve on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on either of the two bills? Seeing none, all those in favor of 937 as amended and 938 on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills pass on second reading. Okay, we're on items number 28 and 29. We can take those two together. These are by Councilmember Syracuse. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS and R10 to SP zoning for properties located 2826, 2830, 2832A, 2836, and 2842 Lebanon Pike, approximately 600 feet east of Donaldson Pike, located within the downtown Donaldson Urban Design Overlay District. It's 8.3 acres, permit 108 multifamily residential units. And 29 is the companion bill, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions located at 2826, 2830, 2832A, 2836, 2842 Lebanon Pike, approximately 600 feet east of Donaldson Pike. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on both those bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those measures. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those measures. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Councilmember Syracuse has moved approval of both 939 and 940 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. I'm on item number 30. This is on page 18 of the agenda, BL 2021-941 and 942 can be taken together. These are by Councilmember Toombs. 941, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IWD to SP zoning for property located at 117 Lemuel Road, approximately 580 feet west of Dickerson Pike, 0.53 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And 942, the companion bill, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions located at 117 Lemuel Road, 0.53 acres. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of these measures. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure or these measures. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval and defer third reading to the first meeting in December.
First meeting
In December.
In December, okay. All right, so the motion is to pass tonight both 941 and 942, defer third reading to the first meeting in December. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of that motion, again, the motion is passed tonight, 9:41 and 9:42, and defer third reading until the first meeting in December. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. We are on item number 32 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS and MUGA to SP zoning for properties located at 2410, 2412, 2416 West End Avenue and 2413 Elson Place, northeast corner of West End Avenue and 25th Avenue South, 0.87 acres. Permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Taylor, you are recognized.
Thank you. I would like to request the public hearing be open.
All right, so declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this motion, of this measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Anybody in favor wish to speak? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have an amendment on this bill as well, so I'd like to add the amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Taylor has moved an amendment on 943, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you. So this amendment will add language to Section 4 that clearly speaks to the infrastructure improvements the developer has committed to. And also, the developer must provide blasting summaries to surrounding property owners and then create a project website for updates in regards to the blasting and other project assignments that they have. And then lastly, prior to receiving permits, they need to develop a construction parking plan off-site and off of public property.
All right, so you've heard an explanation of the amendment. Again, Councilmember Taylor has moved the amendment and it was properly seconded. Discussion, questions on the amendment? Seeing none, ready to vote on the amendment. This is on 943. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's on. Councilmember Taylor, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you. I'd like to move BL 2021-943 as amended.
Okay, so the motion is to move 2021-943 as amended on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve 943 as amended, say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes as amended on second reading. Item number 33, BL 2021-944 by Councilmember Gamble. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS-20 and R-10 to RS-40 and RS-80. Zoning for various properties located along Bridge Church Lane and Knight Drive from Interstate 24 west towards White Creek Pike. It's 655.7 acres. Councilmember Gamble, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I don't see anybody in opposition. Anybody in favor wish to speak? Okay, if you would, come on up. Name, address, 2 minutes. Anybody wishing to speak? Yeah, just come on up and line up.
Hi, council members, planning staff, and Vice Mayor Schulman. Thank you for your public service. My name is Zach Deere. I live at 681 Brick Church Lane in Whites Creek. I'm speaking tonight as a member of the Whites Creek Watershed Alliance, as well as a resident asking to downzone my property. I want to firstly thank Councilwoman Gamble for working with and leading us through this process in this historic downzoning effort. I also want to thank planning staff and the Planning Commission for recommending approval. We are very excited about the positive impact a more sustainable development pattern will have on our watersheds and tree canopy. I hope you, as council people, will also consider adding this tool to your toolkit when considering areas with future flood risks. Please approve this bill to downzone our area. Thank you for your time and service.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is George Ewing. I live at 4601 Whites Creek Pike. I'm also speaking to the Secretary of Whites Creek. My neighbor Zach said it as well, so I'll make this as quick as possible. Just my appreciation to Councilwoman Gamble for moving this forward, working with the community on it. As my neighbor said, the proposed density and development pattern, it's more consistent with the guidance of our policies. We're bringing our zoning in alliance with that. It's a voluntary effort between neighbors. It was opt-in, and I'm just grateful for the time. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
My name is Wesley Hudson. I live at 527 Brickchurch Lane. It is one of the properties that we are trying to downzone. I greatly appreciate our council lady for working with us on this. We're just trying to return this area back to what it was originally. Zoning was changed years ago. Nobody thought it would matter back then, but here we are. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? I think those were all in favor. Anybody, I don't think anybody was in opposition. Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
No committee reports. Everything's
awesome.
good so far.
I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
All right, looks like you have a substitute on this.
Okay. Y'all want to talk? Yes, please. If the planning table will talk about the substitute.
All right, so do you want to move the substitute?
Yes, I'd like to move the substitute.
I got a motion to approve a substitute on 2021-944 properly seconded. Ms. Milligan?
Yes, so the substitute is removing one property where a property owner had originally requested their property be rezoned and had changed their mind during the process, and so the council member agreed, and so we went ahead and recommended that with our recommendation at the Planning Commission, and so this substitute is reflective of the Planning Commission recommendation.
All right, thank you, Ms. Milligan. Councilmember Gamble, again, has moved the substitute, properly seconded. You just heard the explanation. Any questions regarding the substitute? Seeing none, we're on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute passes. Councilmember Gamble, you're on your bill now as substituted.
Now I'd like to move for approval with a brief explanation.
All right, we're on BL 2021-944 as substituted. Councilmember Gamble has moved approval on second reading. It's been properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd just like to thank the residents who came out today to speak in support of this project. We worked together, as they stated, with property owners wanting to downzone their property in order to maintain the rural character of the community, and just appreciate the work that they did in gathering support from other neighbors who also wanted to downzone their property. So with that, I ask for approval and ask for your support.
All right, Councilmember Gamble has moved 2021-944 as substituted for passage on second reading, again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill as substituted say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes as substituted on second reading. We're on BL 2021-945 by Councilmember Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS 7.5 to RM 9NS. Zoning for properties located at Monticello Drive unnumbered, approximately 100 feet east of Woodridge Drive, 7.93 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. I don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
All right, Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on 2021-945, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve 945 on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Item number 35 by Councilmember Taylor, BL 2021-946. Ordinance to amend Title 17, requesting to rezone from R6 and CS to SV zoning for properties located at 1919, 1924, and 1928 9th Avenue North, southeast and southwest corners of Clay Street, 9th Avenue North, 1.12 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be deferred by rule. The developer did not send their notices out.
All right, so it's deferred to the first meeting in December. Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Next one is Councilmember Rutherford. There you are. Bill 2021-947, ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending the Brinkley property specific plan for property located at 9287 Barco Drive, southwest corner of Lace Park Drive and Barco Drive, zone SP .16 acres to convert an open space lot to a single-family residential lot for a total of 104 single-family residential lots. Councilmember Rutherford, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there committee reports?
There are no committee reports on this one.
Thank you. Then I'd like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of signs, show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Okay, you've got opposition. All right, so I didn't see any hands in favor. Anybody in favor of this one? Okay, those opposed, do you wish to speak? Okay, if you would come on up. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition, if you would come on up to the microphone. I'll need your name, address, 2 minutes in which to speak.
My name is Paulette Doctor.
You may want to pull the microphone down just a little bit. There you go.
Is Paulette Doctor. I live at 9301 Barco Road, the lot across the street from this lot that we're talking about. 3 years ago, when I picked this lot to build my house, I noticed that this lot was X'd out, and I asked them why, and they said, well, it's going to be an open space, and I thought, well, that's very nice. We got an open space and a new development. Kids can play, families, this sort of thing. Now they've built, 103 homes, and they want to take this only. This spot is the only flat place in this whole development where kids can ride bikes and play. In fact, my grandson learned how to ride his bike there and not on the street. And now they want to take this away and add, so they have 104 homes. I think it's better for the community that they keep their pledge that this be an open space for the families and the children that live in this area. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is new information to me. My understanding was that that there was essentially a trade-off that this property would be built upon, but there would be less housing overall, reduction in number. But given this new information, I would like to personally look into it a little further. So I'm going to move that we have a one meeting deferral.
Okay, so it sounds, I think I heard a one meeting deferral. Is that what you said?
Yes, one meeting deferral.
Okay, all right. So what Councilmember Rutherford is doing is we've had the public hearing, but he's not voting on the bill tonight. He's moved a review on second reading to defer one meeting. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the deferral motion. Again, we're not voting on the bill on second reading. We're actually just deferring the second reading for one meeting. Again, properly seconded. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Deferral motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Rutherford. We're on items 37, and we can take 38 at the same time, BL 2021-948 and 949. An ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IWD to SP zoning for properties located at 920 and 1000 Hawkins Street at the northeast corner of 12th Avenue South and Hawkins Street at 6.79 acres to permit a mixed-use development. And BL 2021-949 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance authorized building material restrictions requirements for BL 2021-948. Proposed specific plan zoning district located at 920 and 1000 Hawkins Street, northeast corner of 12th Avenue South and Hawkins Street. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, recognized on your bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of the measures. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Anybody in favor wish to speak? All right. Come on up to the microphone. Name, address, then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Mr. Searcy, do you want to go first?
I'm going to go first. I'm already standing up MTA.
Can we help him with? Can we help him with the microphone? If we've got a microphone. Councilmember Stiles, I don't know if a microphone will reach that far. I think we've got it. Mr. Searcy, is that working?
How about now?
I think we can hear you.
Am I good?
Yeah, usually you don't need a microphone, but we'll let you use one in this case.
You're good, Mr. Walter.
Now, the first thing I want to do is defer my 5 minutes to Ms. Morrow.
Is to for your 5 minutes? Yeah. Well, I'm going to give you 2, okay?
That will work.
Okay.
Yeah, please know ye, august members of this body, I'm most thankful for this opportunity for you to graciously grant me a few minutes to speak. Now, there are those who are speaking in support of the development that's supported by the 8-to-1 vote in the Metro Planning Commission, and there are those ready to speak against the measure, although apparently they're not here tonight. The developer has worked diligently with community members. He has won most of us, I'm sorry, but not all, as you have heard over the last year or so. I believe that's correct. Is that not correct, Councilman O'Connor? We've been working on this thing over a year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And our community has been split as a result of this divide. But the split is interesting. The split features persons who are in desperately need of this development against those persons who consider it basically a blight. It interrupts their view. It imposes density that they don't want to allow, yada, yada, yada. Well, I'm suggesting in this case, we vote for the community that is most disadvantaged by not having this development take place. That community needs a grocery store. It needs the jobs that the development will present. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Searcy. All right, ready for the next speaker? Name, address, 2 minutes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brenda Morrow. I live at 1472 11th Avenue South, and I've lived there for a very long time. I've raised 2 kids in the Edge Hill community and just finished raising 2 granddaughters in the Edge Hill community. Both are graduates of one of Belmont and one of MTSU. I pride myself on being known in the community as the community mom. And when there's things going on, we like to have resident meetings to bring events, activities, and to gauge residents on what they think. We were the first community to ever have policemen on bikes. We were the first community to have a monthly meetings with police officers for residents to talk about what their issues were and to work on strategies. The same thing happened with this project with the Marquette group. There was a group of residents that were meeting with them. They had met 4 times before the people in the resident association, in public housing, and some of the area residents found out about it. When we found out about it, we approached the Marquette group. We said, we want to know exactly what's going on. After that, we started having meetings. We talked with the people from Marquette. Some of the stuff that we didn't want and some of the things that we did want was not in there. And so they graciously scrapped that and started all over, made sure they had the item, the grocery store, which was a big thing for the residents, and they had job opportunities. With that, we wanted to partner with Nashville State to make sure the residents, when that was in there, that residents could be trained to get the jobs and keep the jobs. All this stuff moving forward, I just wanted to say, we pride ourselves on being a community that actually bring everybody together, not just a handful of people. We need the input from everybody. So I would ask that you please approve this tonight because we put in a lot of work. Thank you so much. Y'all have a good evening.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Moss, and I live at 131 Brighton Close. There have been 12 community meetings on this development, the Marquette development where the Beeman property is. I have been to 8 of those community meetings. I have seen the developer compromise and cooperate and move from higher buildings down to the lower buildings to reduce the traffic and provide the green space that they didn't start out with originally. The grocery store is critically important to the Edge Hill area, as you know. It has always been there. The Planning Commission put a caveat on this that says 9 stories if you do a grocery store. Thank heavens, because that grocery store has always been going to be in Building E. About the split in the community, this is the split in the community. The red are the people that were opposed to this by address. Those are ones that information came from the Planning Commission. So the red are the opposition for this, the green are the in favor of this. And I would like to say a word about those green. We walked, there are about 4 of us that walked all the way from 16th over to 8th and spoke with people. You can see that there are 5 times as many green checks on that as there are red X's. Why? Because they want what this development is going to bring. And it was our walking of this and having petitions, which actually, that's slightly old, have 264 names that are in favor of having this development. So I ask you to please, please support this.
Thank you, Ms. Moss.
Tyson Heller, I live at 1425 14th Avenue South. Been an Edge Hill resident for coming up on 7 years. I think you get the point. The support for this development dwarfs the opposition more than 5-fold. What's more impressive than the sheer numbers of those in support is the diversity of those in support of this. Literally all walks of life in Edge Hill support this development. If you go on the Planning Commission website, you'll see that. Planning Commission, they listened when they approved almost unanimously with only 1 dissenting voice for this SP and this development. I urge you to listen tonight and please approve it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Paul Parkhurst. I live at 1209 11th Avenue, Nashville, Tennessee. I've been here a resident of Nashville since about 2008. Came in on a rig and I never left. I do love Nashville, and that's probably the reason why I'm still here. I lived for a number of years at Nashville Rescue Mission, not by choice, but I couldn't find work. And that's been some of the problems that elderly people have in Nashville. We are looking for work and we can't find it. I was a minister by training, got into the trucking because my marriage went kaput on me. Anyway, I'm for this program, and I'm hoping that we can find a good grocery store in the area that will help meet the needs of those that live here. Thank you much for your time.
All right, thank you for being here. All right, those were everybody. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? Anybody in opposition that wishes to speak? Checking. Anybody else? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been proud of a track record in 6 years that has not brought a lot of opposition. We try to do the work in the community. This one, I want to make a special point, though. This looks like consensus. It has not been. This was a tough conversation that, to Mr. Searcy's point, really did play out over a year. We did seek a lot of concessions. The Planning Commission helped in that effort to secure a grocery store and end a decade-plus long food desert in Edge Hill. We're still looking for tools to strengthen a commitment to workforce housing as a part of this project. We started early. There was a proposal that was not appropriate for Edge Hill. We worked non-owner occupied short-term rentals and others out of the proposal on the front end. We got some great infrastructure improvements here, some already planned, some new, and I think overall, across 2021, we've worked hard in the community to source as many concerns as well as ideas to make this something that's going to succeed both in Edge Hill and for Edge Hill residents. But I don't want to have the illusion that just because no one spoke in opposition tonight that there was no opposition. I've gotten correspondence across all of the meetings we had. I know where a lot of Edge Hill residents' perspectives are, and there are plenty of people who think that this is something that pushes past a point of comfort for a community where we've also fought hard for protections from the controversial conservation overlay we did, but the more fully supported efforts on sidewalks and some of the other character initiatives and a buffer in Music Row. So we are still doing that work. We will continue to do that work. We'll continue to have those conversations. And I appreciate those who came out tonight. But I'm also recognizing those where we did not get consensus tonight. With all that said, I would like to move for approval.
All right, so the motion is to approve 948 and 949 on second reading, properly seconded. Discussion on the bills. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Again, I'm sorry, Councilmember Hurt. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support. I want to thank the councilman for the efforts that he made, but I specifically want to recognize the work that Brenda Morrow has done. I, as the president and CEO of the Jefferson Street United Merchants Partnership, had a shuttle service that went to the Gurnett Studios for almost 10 years to take those residents to a grocery store on a weekly basis and to the farmer's market to get fresh produce because they did not have access to it. I also worked with Ms. Morrow and former council member Sandra Moore with the Workforce Development Program to help train residents in the community. And unfortunately, we didn't have enough jobs for those residents who came to the training and was looking for some assistance to help them. So I know a development like this, there are hundreds of residents over there who are most definitely pleased to see this type of development come to their area to help provide accessibility to the food desert that they are now in, but to address that as well as give them some opportunities at some jobs. And I just ask my colleagues to stand with Councilmember O'Connell and these residents and vote approval for this development.
Right. Thank you, Councilmember Hart. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I did want to echo the sentiments of our colleagues and folks who spoke. Councilmember O'Connell and I share Edge Hill as representatives, and a lot of the X's and a lot of the check marks you saw on that map are in District 17. And so I wanted to commend the work that he's done, because it's as many of us know, when we have neighborhoods that are right on district lines, it's a bit of a funky relationship that we have to make sure that we're maintaining. And Councilmember O'Connell and our relationship is definitely funky. So I wanted to make sure that folks know that the big important thing here, talking about a grocery store, is the incentive, I guess, that the planning department has given to do this, because everyone's right. This Edge Hill is a food desert, and the last market or grocery store, if you want to call it that closed a few years ago, did not serve the Edge Hill, did not respect the Edge Hill community. I'll just put it that way. And one other note that I want to add is, as we work through private development in Edge Hill, I would be remiss if we didn't speak about our responsibility in Metro to Edge Hill, because many times we have asked the Edge Hill community to participate in planning, to participate in efforts just like this one when it comes to private development, and too many times the Edge Hill community has not seen the fruits of their labor. And that is occurring today. It is occurring now with the infrastructure that has been voted on and approved by this body and funded by this body, that still has not occurred to make this neighborhood safer, to make this neighborhood more walkable, and to make this neighborhood a neighborhood that people come to, not go through. And with that, I would appreciate our colleagues' support. Once again, I want to express my support for Councilmember O'Connell and his good work. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. We're on 948 and 949 for passage on second reading. Anybody else in the queue? Ready to vote? Motion is to approve on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Both those bills passed, 948 and 949 on second reading. We're on item number 39, BL 2021-950 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CF to MUIA zoning for properties located at 1904, 1906, 1908, 1910, 1912, 1912B, and 1916 Hayes Street, approximately 100 feet west of 19th Avenue North. It's 1.04 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. I see nobody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I would like to move for approval.
I got Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval on 2021-950 on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on BL 2021-951 by Councilmember Roten. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 to SP zoning for property located at 3754 Central Pike, approximately 370 feet south of Dotson Chapel Lane, 5.24 acres, to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Roten, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I move to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in support of this measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Roten, you're recognized.
Move the bill, Your Honor.
All right, 951 is moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, Bill 2021-952 by Councilmember Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS15 to RM6 NS zoning for property located at Ashland City Highway unnumbered, approximately 200 feet east of Abernathy Road. It's 1.07 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Okay, got people on both sides. Those in favor wish to speak. If you want to, please come to the microphone. Name, address, 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, everybody. Hi, my name's Josh McDonald, address 1416 Breckenridge Court, Whites Creek, Tennessee. I just got here pretty recently. It was brought to my attention that next door neighbor to this property, which I own, had some concerns about potential flooding due to development, and I just spoke with them and kind of gave them the rundown over, how it would go and how it actually benefits them, because along the property there's currently no sidewalks or any stormwater maintenance. There is a stream buffer that runs. It's on the Ashland highways. There's a stream buffer that runs right there. So what happens is all the water ends up flowing down, and then it keeps flowing down. So that was their concern. But when any development is done, thanks to good old stormwater regulations, there have to be at least 2 bioretention pools put in, and as far as when the sidewalks come, we have to do curb and gutter along the entire 180 linear footage. So that should actually help them in the long run. So this project, it's pretty straightforward. It's just for six homes in the Bordeaux, North Nashville area. It should be pretty good depending on our infrastructure hurdles we run into. I anticipate there being a lot of rock, so that's always fun. And other than that, I'm in favor of the project and happy to take any questions or answer any questions you might have. That's it. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor of the measure? All right. Those in opposition, if you wish to speak, come on up. Name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Hodge Shaw. My husband's name is Tyler Shaw, who's in the back. We live at 3856 Abernathy Road. Our concerns are that one, the map is incorrect that was sent to us as far as the way it was lined. We have tried to call multiple times down to the office to get information about this, as well as our neighbor who is does construction, and has gotten kind of stonewalled, and so we're a little frustrated here. In saying that the drainage is a concern for us just because we have a creek that is right behind on the other side of our home. We are a one street. We're a single street. There are only about 5 houses on our street. Each house we own about anywhere from 2.5 to 4 acres each. In saying that, we are not allowed to build any houses on our land, and so we're kind of not understanding how one acre can be able to build, or 2 acres can be able to build 6 houses on the back side of us. The other concern is our property taxes. We just want to make sure that, that's just the nature of the beast here in Nashville, but that's a concern for us to displace homeowners if the taxes rise over there. As you've seen tonight, there's a lot that's going on in the Bordeaux area with Ms. Toombs, and so we don't want people who currently live there, which is a lot of elderly people, to be displaced with all this new construction that is going on. Also, we just built onto our home as well. Clarksville Highway, as you know, is getting renovated and expanded, and it's doing a lot of blasting. And in our new home in the last year, we have had to replace or go back and do, because we have cracks in our wall from all the blasting. Well, this is right behind our property, and again, blasting is going to go on, because I can tell you, we're solid with rock. I have a garden, and it's solid with rock. It's taken me 3 years to go through it to build my garden. So we just want to make sure that this is going to be feasible for everyone that lives on our road. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in opposition? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I want to move for approval and defer third reading to the first meeting in December so that I can have a community meeting.
All right, so the motion is to pass tonight and defer third reading until the first meeting in December?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Okay, that's the motion, properly seconded. Discussion on the motion. Seeing nobody, again, you've got the motion. It's to pass tonight, third reading being deferred to the first meeting in December. Properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. We're on item number 42, Bill 2021-953 by Councilmember Taylor. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a detached accessory dwelling unit, a DADU overlay district to various properties located south of Clay Street and Lacey Street, north of Scoville Street, east of 26th Avenue North, and west of Interstate 65 Zone CN, CS, R6, R6A, RS5, and SP. It's 296.7 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of the measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. We have people on both sides. All right. Those in favor wish to speak, if you would come to the podium. Name, address, 2 minutes in which to speak.
I'm Carl Meyer. I live at 2407 Hyman Street in North Nashville. I'm here as a coordinator of the network of 10 houses in North Nashville that were vacant or badly damaged that we have restored over the last 24 years for very affordable housing for 34 residents in North Nashville. And we at the Sub-Area 8 2000, Sub-Area 8 2010, and Nashville Next meetings with Planning Commission, we advocated to maintain our neighborhood, this part of our neighborhood, for RS5 neighborhood maintenance. But our community is very strongly in favor of affordable housing, and we believe that this DADU proposal will give our homeowners the opportunity to build small houses for their parents, for their children, or for other people who need that kind of housing, and therefore we're strongly in support of Councilman Taylor's ordinance.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes in which to speak.
My name is Ted Chapin. I live at 1820 11th Avenue North. Mr. Vice Mayor, in case you're curious, it's 6-0 Braves in the top of the 6th.
All right, thank you.
I moved to Nashville in 1997 with the help of some friends and the good fortune of finding an affordable place to live. And it was an efficiency apartment in the basement of a 3-story Victorian on the corner of Craighead and West End. And, I support this overlay because not only will it create affordable places for people to move into, in this particular area of Nashville, we have a lot of students who will soon not be able to afford some of the full-size houses that are being rented in the area. And I live in a 1950s home that I built a garage behind that I intended to have a place for my brother and his wife and their giant 200-pound dog to stay when they came to visit. And I hope to be able to finish that. It doesn't have a bathroom now, but it will be able to have a bathroom if we have this DADU overlay. And I also think it's important to allow other homeowners who already live in the neighborhood in a 1950s or a 1930s home to build a desirable, possibly light income producing efficiency apartment over a garage behind their homes instead of knocking it down and building a duplex or HPR. So I favor this bill, and I hope that you vote yes.
What kind of dog?
It's an Alaskan Malamute.
Okay, thank you.
It's huge.
Remember that. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? All right, those in opposition, if you'd come on up. Anybody in opposition who wishes to speak, go ahead and get in line. I need name, address, and then 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good evening. My name is Angel Sims. I live at 2712 O'Neill Drive. I'm against this proposal for the following reasons. It does not benefit North Nashville community. It does not create affordable housing, and it does not create wealth for the majority of the current residents. The homes proposed are where the homes destroyed by the tornado and the area of deepened poverty. Data from the U.S. Census state that 79% of 37208 live in in or at poverty level with the earnings less than $50,000, right around $17,000. Residents living in poverty can't afford to buy, barely can afford the monthly rent in 37208, and certainly can't build a detached dwelling in their backyard. Detached dwellings are defined as individual units with their own utility meters and driveways. Structures can be 700 square feet, depending on the lot size, and up to 1,000 square feet. How could these dwellings differ from non-owner-occupied short-term rentals? They will not. Short-term rental ordinance requires a valid permit before the advertisement and rental with a $50 fine for violators. It does not prevent the action of them violating. The zoning simply circumvents the expiration of these NOOSTR permits. The detached dwelling accessories will take away from the aesthetics and character of the neighborhood by removing the open yards and trees and beauty of the neighborhood. Alleyways become driveways and further crowding of the areas. For renters, which make up 57.5% to 66.8% of the residents, they all lose privacy, yard area, and many of them their homes, since their property will become more profitable to the landlord because of the ability to build the expensive structure. This type of zoning will never be done. This type of zoning has never been done anywhere in Davidson County. There wasn't any community support at the zoning hearing, and I don't believe the community was properly informed nor involved. So please do not guinea pig North Nashville. We need affordable housing, safe places for our children to learn and grow outside of school, healthy food providers and supplies, and resources for those who want to assist in doing so.
Okay,
Please do not approve the passing of this bill. It does not perform as it has been introduced to create affordable housing and wealth to the current residents. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
My name is Linda Fletcher. I live at 2001 26th Avenue North. I'm a resident of Nashville, born and raised, homeowner for over 25 years. I'm against this proposal. There was not a lot of community input, not a lot of meetings that we can voice our concerns or even hear the full extent of the proposal. As she stated, it's going to increase the property value. I get multiple calls a week trying to, investors trying to buy my property, and I don't think it's going to benefit North Nashville. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have an amendment for this as well.
Is it a substitute?
Oh, excuse me, it is a substitute. It's housekeeping substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Taylor, you want to move the substitute?
Yes, I would like to move the substitute for ordinance BL 2021-953.
Okay, so Councilmember Taylor has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you. So this substitute removes commercial and SP zoning districts that aren't allowed in the data overlay.
Okay, you've heard an explanation of the substitute, properly seconded. Any questions on the substitute? All right, all those in favor of the substitute on 953 say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, Councilmember Taylor, you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you. I would like to move the substitute with a brief comment.
All right, so Councilmember Taylor has moved for passage on second reading, 2021-953 as substituted, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. Yes, we've had this conversation in our district for a little over a year. In regards to that, Councilmember Allen was working on the data overlay. And when I first reached out to the planning office to see if we can do this, as stated, this does supply affordable housing in the city of Nashville. It also doesn't allow for short-term rentals, I think as was mentioned. Short-term rentals are blocked from this, and we're only looking at doing this in alleys, so homes that are on alleys and alley accessible, so we can, one, move cars off of the street and into garages, and then also it allows for supplemental income for individuals and families that have the opportunity to build a detached accessory dwelling unit. I would like to ask you guys to approve this today. I've held community meetings. I've called and spoken with community members that have had concerns, and I plan before third reading to have another community meeting. If individuals aren't aware of how to do that, I want to say it here on the floor. I have a pretty robust system of contacting individuals. Unless they are on there, we can't add them on there. It's illegal, but if they would like to be added to that contact system, they can go to votebrandontaylor.com, sign up for my newsletter, just add your address of where you live, because I like to segment the population, have the conversation of where the properties are located. And so if you are in my district, in another part of my district, Midtown, the Medical District, or Centennial Park area, you may not get this information. And also I'll send a call out to those individuals as well. So they can add their email address and phone numbers, and I'll get them to that meeting. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Taylor, let's go back where we are. We're on item number 42, Bill 2021-953, as substituted. Councilmember Taylor has moved for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I had the pleasure of having this come before us at the Planning Commission last Thursday, and I appreciate the substitute being offered, which sort of narrows down the parcels so that rather than applying it to a bulk area where you might have a lot of parcels that might not actually qualify for the day dues, and it's my understanding that Councilmember Taylor and the substitute has worked to narrow that down to areas that do tend to have ally access, for instance, and might at least meet the requirements. So that is one technical aspect of it. It's not just a blanket zoning to a whole area. One thing that was of concern to the commission was wanting to address the community engagement piece a little bit more. One of the ladies who came out to speak in opposition today was also there at the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission took those concerns very seriously. It is my understanding that for the folks that spoke, that their parcels where they live or do business are not located within this area. Doesn't mean that concern's not valid, but we're not, this application isn't sort of imposing something on the parcel next door to a neighbor that might, suddenly have a building in the backyard, overlooking the backyard. So that's one thing to consider. I know short-term rentals have been brought up as a concern. Of course, the day-due overlay does not permit short-term rentals in the day-due, so that does help to ensure that those properties would provide true housing when they are constructed that would possibly be more attainable for neighbors, so that's good. Back to the community engagement piece, Mr. Meyer, I want to thank him for coming out and speaking today. I know that he's been very involved in a lot of community, neighborhood focused conversations on zoning for a long time. Many of us here in the council know him, and just want to thank him for coming out and sharing his perspective on this as someone who's been very involved in that community and specifically providing affordable housing in that community for a long time. And I just want to thank him for coming out and speaking and sharing his perspective in favor. And I think Councilmember Taylor's been doing a good job on this and has been speaking about this opportunity since before the enabling legislation was recently passed. So this has been something that Councilmember Taylor, to my knowledge, has been speaking to that community about for a long time, and want to applaud him for his work with the community as well as with planning staff to narrow this down to the folks that would be available. So with all of that from the Planning Commission background from last Thursday in our discussion, I would encourage colleagues to vote in favor of the bill as substituted. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. All right, so where we are again, we're on Bill 2021-953 as substituted. The motion is to pass on second reading. Any other discussion on the bill? Seeing none, ready to vote. All those in favor of 2021-953 as substituted for passage on second reading, say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. We are on Bill 2021-954 by Councilmember Gamble. An ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from SP to AR2A property located at 5010, 5012 Clarksville Pike, approximately 2,400 feet northwest of Lloyd Road, 32.15 acres. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
I would not like to have the public hearing today, and I'd like to defer this until the first meeting in February.
Okay. So the motion is to defer to the first meeting in February. No public hearing on this tonight. That's a proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. We're on BL 2021-955 by Councilmember Rosenberg. I think we can take this one and 45 together. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS50 to RS15 zoning for property located at 7959 Poplar Creek Road, approximately 135 feet west of Willow Oak Drive. It's 9.98 acres. And then 956 is an ordinance authorizing building material restrictions and requirements for BL 2021-955, proposed specific plan zoning district located at 7959 Poplar Creek Road, 135 feet west of Willow Oak Drive. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in support of the measures. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measures. Seeing nobody in opposition, those in favor wish to speak. Right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilman Rosenberg, I think you've got stuff on both bills you got to deal with, right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to first move the amendment to 955.
Okay, I think it's a substitute. At least that's what I've got in the packet. Substitute. So Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to substitute on 955. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Thank you, Mr. President. This changes it from a straight rezone to a regulatory SP.
Okay. Okay, you've heard the discussion on the substitute. Discussion on the substitute. Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute on 955 say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. So 955 is now substituted. You want to deal with 956?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. On 956, there was a drafting error in the caption of 956, so I'm going to need to ask to suspend the rules to make that technical correction.
Okay, Ms. Zeitlin, do you want to mention that?
Sure. There's some mandatory language that's required by the state law, and it was put into the body of the legislation instead of into the caption, so the substitute would just put that language into the caption.
All right, so this was a late substitute. Rules Committee, Councilmember Pulley. This would have been a late substitute. Did it go before you all?
Yes, it did, and no objections, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, so Councilmember Rosenberg, in order to get the late substitute before us, needs to suspend the rules. I'm just going to say he's moving to suspend the rules. Does anybody have any objection to suspension of the rules to get the late substitute on? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your late substitute on 956.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Rosenberg has moved to substitute for 956, properly seconded. Any discussion on the late substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. 956 is substituted. So now you've got 955 and 956 each with substitutes. Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move approval of 955 and 956.
All right, so the motion is to approve both of those bills as substituted on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bills? Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to stand and thank Councilmember Rosenberg and the developers, if that's who in the audience who are for it, because this is a block from our home, and there was some concerns and contention of our neighbors. This has been some popular land that people have wanted to develop, and we've been really, really obstinate against the development. But when they came with this particular development, it seemed like it was going to be a good one. And even with that, they reduced the number of homes, and they have agreed to the building materials and a lot of the things that my neighbors asked for. And we would certainly appreciate the cooperation that they provided, as well as the representation from our councilman. And I ask my colleagues to support.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Any other discussion? All right, we're voting on 955 and 956. Both of them are substitutes. We're voting for them on second reading. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. Number 46, BL 2021-957 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6 zoning. Property located at 426 Weekly Avenue at the northeast corner of Katy Avenue and Weekly Avenue. It's .29 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing none either way, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval of 957 on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 957 passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. We're on item number 47, Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Johnston, can you go see if Councilmember Taylor is back over there? I'll go ahead and read the caption while we're waiting for him. BL 2021-958 by Councilmember Taylor. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to MULA zoning. Property located at 626 40th Avenue North, southeast corner of Clifton Avenue and 40th Avenue North. It's .18 acres. Can't find him. All right, I'll tell you what, let's go on. We've got another bill right behind it, BL 2021-960. This is item number 48. It's by Councilmember Lee. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS10 to OL zoning for property located at Hobson Pike, unnumbered, approximately 115 feet southwest of Windcrest Trail, 4.0 acres. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Right. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. All right, those in favor wish to speak? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Lee, you're on your bill.
Thank you, sir. I believe that you all have a substitution in the packet.
We have a substitute ordinance in the package. You want to move for approval?
I would like to move for approval, please.
All right, so I got a motion to move the substitute ordinance. Properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
This has some, I guess I would say, some qualifications to put around this. This is church land, and they want to do a daycare center in the church. They're looking to do for 75 or under students. They're also wanting to be able to have some different groups to come in and use the building, and we needed to put some, after working with the community, and the community was concerned about making sure that the groups that were coming in were actually representation of the church and of the community, what the community wanted. And so that's what the substitute does to make sure that some of those things are in place. And I would like to move the substitution, please.
All right, so Councilmember Lee has moved the substitute on 960, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's on. You're on your bill as substituted.
Mr. Chair, I would like to move the bill as substituted, please.
All right, so Councilmember Lee has moved 2021-960 as substituted, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill as substituted for passage on second reading? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of 960 as substituted for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes. Thank you, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And now we're back to BL 2021-958 by Councilmember Taylor. I had read the caption. You're on your bill.
Thank you. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, Councilmember Taylor has moved to open the public hearing, declare it open. Show of hands of those who are here in support of this measure. All right, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody either way, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're on your bill.
Thank you. Move 958 for approval.
All right, 958, Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt 958. That completes our public hearing calendar. All right. So we are now on consent resolutions, and our pro tem is going to take over. Give it to her. Okay, just mark the ones that.
Okay, Braves are still up 6-0 in the seventh. Yep. Okay, these are the bill resolutions that are currently on the consent agenda. RS 2021 1191, 1199, 1200, 1202, 1203, 1205, 1208, 1210, 1211, 1212, 1213, 1214, 1215, 1216, 1217, 1218, 1219, 1220, 1222, 1223, 1224, 1225, 1226, 1227, and 1230. Do any of these need to be pulled off? All right, let's do it. Following resolutions are on consent. RS 2021-1191, Gamble, Taylor, Toombs, Swallow, Welsh, Allen, and Porterfield. A resolution recognizing the North Nashville Bordeaux Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee and process. RS 2021-1199, a resolution approving an application for a coronavirus emergency supplemental funding grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance and Administration to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Davidson County Juvenile Court to mitigate the spread of respiratory droplets and/or reduce transmission of COVID-19 by utilizing masks and plexiglass barriers in courtrooms. RS 2021-1200, Virture, a resolution approving the election of certain notaries public for Davidson County. RS 2021-1202 by Allen, a resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Department of Finance to provide for reimbursement of COVID-related eligible expenses pursuant to Presidential Disaster Declaration FEMA-4514-DR-TN. RS 2021-1203 by Gamble, Johnston, Sepulveda, and Allen, a resolution appropriating $150,000 from the American Recovery Plan Act Fund 30216 as recommended by the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee for distribution to Fuse Corps and approving a grant contract to support fellowships as part of Fuse Corps' Equitable Recovery Initiative. RS 2021-1205 by Johnston, Gamble, Sepulveda, Allen, and Evans, a resolution appropriating $996,500 in American Recovery Plan Act funds from Fund 30216 to the Office of Emergency Management to be used for COVID-19 response vehicles and technology. RS 2021-1208 by Henderson, Allen, Withers, Bradford, Hauser, and Welsh, a resolution authorizing the Director of Public Property Administration or his designee to exercise an option to purchase a certain parcel of property known as map and parcel number 14300001300. RS 2021-1210 by O'Connell, Allen, and Withers, a resolution to approve the Third Amendment to the lease agreement between the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County and 404 James Robertson Prop LLC for office space in the Parkway Towers building located at 404 James Robertson Parkway. RS 2021-1211 by Allen, Welsh, and Hauser, a resolution to appropriate grant funds from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Action Commission for a Community Services Block Grant CARES Act Rapid Cycle Impact Project to evaluate and adjust its CompTIA Plus certification, which offers opportunities to Head Start parents to obtain a Computing Technology Industry Association CompTIA A Plus credential. RS 2021-1212 by Allen, Withers, Bradford, and Welsh, a resolution accepting a grant from the U.S. Department of the Interior, National Park Service to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Historical Commission to provide funding for the completion of a historical context focused on Nashville resources associated with the Civil Rights Movement from 1944 to 1966. RS 2021-1213 by Allen, Evans, Hauser, and Welsh, a resolution approving an application for a coronavirus emergency supplemental funding grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance and Administration to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Nashville Fire Department, to increase capability and capacity for providing more efficient and effective transportation and supply services for Nashville's and Davidson County's homeless population. RS 2021-1214 by Allen and Evans, a resolution approving an application for a Homeland Security grant from the State of Tennessee, Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, to the Metropolitan Government Office of Emergency Management. RS 2021-1215 by Allen, Evans, Hauser, and Welsh, a resolution approving an application for a coronavirus emergency supplemental funding grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance and Administration to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Office of Emergency Management, to provide logistical and practical means for increasing capacity and more effective delivery of services while addressing the specific needs of the homeless population and their environment. RS 2021-1216 by Allen and Bradford, a resolution accepting an in-kind grant from the Nashville Parks Foundation in conjunction with Sail Nashville to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation in support of painting work on the Hamilton Creek Marina Clubhouse. RS 2021-1217 by Murphy, Allen, Bradford, and Welsh, a resolution accepting an in-kind grant from the McCabe Park Little League to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Parks and Recreation Department for a roof replacement on the concession/restroom building, 4 dugouts, and to build a scorer's table behind home plate. RS 2021-1218, a resolution accepting a grant from the Friends of Warner Parks to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation to provide seasonal staffing for the Special Work Education and Trails program at Warner Parks. RS 2021-1219 by Henderson, Allen, Bradford, Hauser, and Welsh, a resolution accepting a grants package from the Friends of Warner Parks to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation to continue funding staff positions and copier costs. RS 2021-1220, Sledge, Allen, Withers, Young, and Welsh, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the State of Tennessee, Department of Transportation, and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting the Department of Transportation and Multimodal Infrastructure acting by and through the Department of Transportation Multimodal Infrastructure for a highway railroad crossing separation on Sadler Avenue at CSX Railroad, LM 103. Do I need to read all these numbers? Okay, thank you. RS 21-1222 by Bradford, Syracuse, Withers, Young, and Welsh. A resolution approving Amendment 2 to an agreement by and between the State of Tennessee, Department of Transportation, and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and between the Department of Transportation and Multimodal Infrastructure for the acceptance of work in connection with the construction of a complete street on State Route 1, US 41, Murfreesboro Road, from the I-24 ramp to Foothill Drive. RS 2021-1223 by Allen, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Shelley and James Raley against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $140,000, and that said amount be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund. RS 2021-1224 by Hager, Allen, Withers, and Young, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Department of Water and Sewerage Services, hereinafter called the licensee, to enter into a pipeline crossing agreement with the R.J. Corman Railroad Company / Nashville and Eastern Railroad Line, hereinafter called licensor, to construct and maintain a water main in the railroad right-of-way at Andrew Jackson Parkway and Old Lebanon Dirt Road, east of Old Hickory Boulevard in Davidson County. RS 2021-1225 by Allen and Young, a resolution appropriating to certain accounts for the benefit of water and sewerage services in the amount of $8,600,000. RS 2021-1226 by Welsh, Allen, Withers, and Young, a resolution to amend resolution number RS 2018-1445 to replace two parcels related to the acquisition and removal of flood-prone properties in the Mill Creek, Sorghum Branch, and Whittemore Branch watersheds. RS 2021-1227 by Benedict, Bradford, Van Rees, Withers, Young, Hurt, Toombs, Swara, Gamble, Evans, Welsh, Hancock, Syracuse, Cash, Sledge, Nash, O'Connell, and Druffel, a resolution honoring the life and trailblazing accomplishments of Dr. and Coach Katana Starks. RS 2021-1230 by Bradford, a resolution honoring the life and service of BNA K9 Blues. Good with all those? Awesome. Braves are up 7-0. Okay, thank you. Committee reports, Budget and Finance, Council Member Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I will try to catch all these. Budget and Finance considered all of the ones that I will mention and voted for approval in various amounts. RS 2021-1191, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1199, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1202, 10 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1203, 10 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1205, we amended, 9 in favor, 0 against, and then approved as amended. Is that correct? I know, we were going to amend to document, but it turns out that language was already in there. So that's what that was about. We approved it as is, 9 in favor, 0 against. We talked about that, sorry. Okay. RS 2021-1208, we voted to approve, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1211, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1212, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1213, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1214, 9 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1215, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 21-1216, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1217, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1218, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1219, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1220, 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1223, 9 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1224, 1224. 12 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1225. 9 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1226. 12 in favor, 0 against. I think I got it.
You got them all. Thank you, Councilmember. Human Services, Councilmember Welch.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Human Services considered RS 2021-1211, and we voted in favor, 6-4-0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. I think our vote counts are the same on all of these, but let me just go through that list. So we considered RS 2021-1208, RS 2021-1210, RS 2021-1212, RS 2021-1220, RS 2021-1222, RS 2021-1224, RS 2021-1226, and for each of those, we voted 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Public Facilities, Arts and Culture, Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you, Pro Tem. So our committee voted on RS 2021-1208, 7 in favor, none against. 2016, 7 in favor, none against. 2017, 7 in favor, none against. 2018, 7 in favor, none against. And 2019, 7 in favor, none against.
Thank you, Councilmember. Public Health and Safety, Councilmember Evans.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Our committee voted 10 in favor and 0 against everything I'm about to read. 1199, 1205, 1213, 1214, and 1215.
Councilmember, did the committee consider 1203?
No, we did not. That was not on our list.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Rules confirmations and public elections, Councilmember Vercher. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Rules confirmations, public election, recommended approval of RS 2021-1200, 1227, and 1230. 8 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember. Transportation and Infrastructure, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to apologize on the front end for the extraordinary dereliction of duty of our Vice Chair. We did consider several resolutions, RS 2021-1220, 6 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1221, 7 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1222, 6 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1224, 7 in favor, 0 against. RS 2021-1225, 7 in favor, 0 against. And RS 2021-1226, 6 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Roten, you were called out. Would you like to respond or make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I don't know that I was derelict in my duties. I made a phone call and someone chaired the committee. I think I did a quite decent job.
Thank you. Could you make a motion, please?
So moved. Move the consent agenda, sorry.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor of approval of all items on consent? Any opposed? You adopt the consent agenda.
Okay. Okay. To make sure that I don't recall anything that has already been passed, it looks like we're on item number 52, RS 2021-1201 by Councilmember Allen. Its initial resolution determining to issue general obligation bonds of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in an aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $568,855,000. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
I think it's just yours.
I think I'm the committee. Budget and Finance discussed a number of amendments, but did not pass any of those, and ultimately ended up recommending a 2-meeting deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, so
And
what would you
I
like
would
to
move
do?
a 2-meeting deferral with a brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved a 2-meeting deferral, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. So by rule, we always defer this 1 meeting simply so we can have time to digest a huge amount of information, because this is a very important piece of legislation that we're looking at that talks about the capital spending that we'll do for the upcoming year. There were some amendments that were discussed, and those amendments are now out in public purview so that people can see those. And we also want to use this time for council members to send any questions they have to Ms. Zeitlin, and those will then be answered in writing by by Friday, the following Friday. So we need to have those by this Friday, November 5th. Answers will then be posted on the council SharePoint and also returned by email or sent to the SharePoint. We'll do both. Okay, by the following Friday, November the 12th. And then that will give us time. That is too late for us to issue further amendments, and that's why the suggestion was made to defer this for 2 meetings. So we'll have time to see the answers, and then if we need to have further discussion, we can do that before this finally comes back before the body. So with that, I'll move for a 2-meeting deferral.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved for a 2-meeting deferral on RS 2021-1201, properly seconded. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Is that a deferral with a re-referral back to Budget and Finance?
Yeah, it's automatically referred back to budget.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions regarding the request for a motion to defer 2 meetings on RS 2021-1201? All right, seeing none. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. If I may ask a question of Budget Chair Allen, do we do 1-meeting deferral versus 2-meeting deferral?
Councilmember Allen, the motion on the floor is a 2-meeting deferral, but Councilmember Allen.
To respond to it was initially, by tradition, we have deferred by rule 1 meeting. That was where we started our discussion. Where the discussion ended up was we had asked for questions in writing by this Friday, and then given the administration and departments a week to answer that. And the realization is that if we get that on the following Friday, that's our deadline for amendments. So there's no, noon on Friday is our deadline for amendments. So there's no, the time to respond to that information just seemed inadequate, so it was suggested for the 2-meeting deferral. It was also asked of the administration if there is any difficulty in deferring that, and there is not. So it's not holding anything up. I think there was maybe one item we asked about, but we're good, is my understanding. So the current motion is still a 2-meeting deferral.
Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was just hoping we could go to just 1 instead of 2.
All right. So
Thank you.
the motion before us is to defer 2 meetings. Again, properly seconded. Any other discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer 2 meetings say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion is deferred. Motion passes. The bill will be deferred 2 meetings, or the resolution deferred 2 meetings. The next one is item 55. RS 2021-1204. This is by Gamble, Johnston, and others. Resolution appropriating $1,933,000 in American Recovery Plan Acts from Fund Number 30216 to Metro Parks to be used for managing homeless encampments and the renovation and repair of Brookmead Park. Councilmember Gamble, you recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Councilmember Allen, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted 9 in favor, 0 against, a 1-meeting deferral.
Okay, and Councilmember Bradford, you got Public Facilities.
Public Facilities voted 7 in favor, 0 against for a 1-meeting deferral.
All right, Councilmember Gamble.
Move for a 1-meeting deferral.
All right, the motion is to defer 1 meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're on a motion to defer 1 meeting. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is deferred one meeting. Next item, item 57, RS 2021-1206, Johnston, Gamble, Sepulveda, and others. Resolution appropriating $1 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds from Fund 30216, various Metro departments to be used for vaccination assessment centers, homeless emergency shelters, personal protective equipment, sanitization, and signage. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized on your resolution.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted for approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. So this resolution allocates $1 million from the ARP funds. There was about $920,000 or so of itemized expenses with various Metro departments through the end of FY22. That was requested along at the time with another $10 million for a reserve for in case other departments were to come with similar type requests. The COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee did not agree with this $10 million. And so instead of allocating $920,000 specifically and then creating a $10 million reserve, we just allocated $1 million for these various items. So there's about $80,000 of a buffer. I hope I'm explaining that properly. I'm looking at Mary Jo. I did not want the $10 million. I'm probably giving too much information, but I did not like the $10 million reserve fund because we lost the ability to oversee it. It became an accounting. Well, accounting is a reflection of what's already happened. And so we felt like it was too early to create a reserve fund. So this is why it's $1 million.
All right, so what do you want to do with?
I'd like to move its approval.
Oh, okay. So do you need to ask Ms. Wiggins a question?
I don't. I was just looking for her to nod to make sure I was explaining it correctly.
Okay, did she nod appropriately?
Well, she's got her finger up, so.
Ms. Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just one point of clarification. Councilmember Johnston's exactly right, but with the $1 million, instead of allowing it for only the departments that had originally requested, the $1 million is available for all departments, but for only the uses listed as you see in the resolution on the item. So it's still $1 million. For anybody that was a Budget and Finance, the resolution does include monthly reporting back to the committee so that every time any money is spent out of that $1 million, every month when the Oversight Committee meets, they will receive that and it will be posted on the website for everyone to see.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wiggins. Councilmember Johnston, the motion is to approve the resolution.
Yes, sir.
Correct? All right, so the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Discussions on the resolution. Councilor Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks. Just briefly, for those who are Budget and Finance, there was a discussion about possibly having a late filed amendment to tweak something. And in further discussion after Budget and Finance, there's language that Ms. Wiggins just described that's already in there that requires reporting on the spending to the committee, and the administration has agreed to post those reports to the committee online, so we'll be able to have them and the public will be able to have them. So unlike what we discussed, there's not going to be a late file amendment. It's just going to pass as it is.
All right, thank you, council member. Anybody else? Motion is to pass this resolution, properly seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution passes. Thank you, council member. Item number 58, RS 2021-1207, Sepulveda, Gamble, and others, a resolution appropriating $1,541,400 in ARPA acts from Fund 30216 to the Homeless Impact Division of Metropolitan Social Services to be used for shelter, outreach, sanitation, housing, and food. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Councilmember Allen, Budget and Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Human Services, Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Human Services voted to 6 in favor, 0 against to approve the bill as substituted.
Okay. Councilmember Sepulveda, back to you.
Thank you. Move the substitute.
All right. Yeah, it's a late substitute, so I think it had to, you're going to have to suspend the rules. Rules Committee, did you all take this one up? Councilmember Pulley? 1207.
Yes, sir, we did, and there was no objection.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Sepulveda, your motion is to suspend the rules to get this late file substitute on the resolution tonight, correct?
Yes, move to suspend the rules.
All right. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? All right. Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on your late file substitute resolution.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do I need to go to Councilmember Hurt to?
Councilmember Hurt has it. So, Councilmember Hurt, do you want to explain what it does?
Thank you, Mr. President. Basically, the suspension of the rules was to move the funding from the homeless impact and give it to social services where the homeless impact resides.
All right, you've heard an explanation of the substitute. Councilmember Sepulveda, I'll come back to you. Motion to approve the substitute?
Motion to approve the substitute.
All right, so the motion is to approve the substitute resolution, properly second. Any discussion on the substitute resolution? Seeing none, we're voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're on your resolution now as substituted.
Thank you. I'd like to move the resolution as substituted with a brief comment.
All right, so Councilmember Sepulveda has moved the resolution as substituted, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. So I don't know if many of y'all got a chance to look at the itemized version of this resolution, but it has funding for a flex team to focus on emergency sheltering. There's a transportation grant where there would be pickup destinations in north, south, east, and west of the county to pick up people who are unhoused and take them to shelters. There's an emergency shelter cost, expanding the SOAR contract with the Park Center, landlord risk mitigation fund, meal delivery for seniors and those who are disabled. So we know that we have a housing shortage and a housing crisis, and there are many people who are our constituents that live in our district that are unhoused, and this is one way this was one solution that was brought forth to us to try and address the problem. Judy Tackett, when she came to us, said, you know, this is what we have discussed and what we plan, and hopefully if this works, then we won't need the same type of funding, but we could have other things to try and help our homelessness issue. So I would encourage everyone to vote for this resolution, and just wanted to note that we did lose an institutional knowledge when Judy Tackett left.
Councilmember Sepulveda has moved for passage of substitute resolution 2021-1207, properly seconded. Properly seconded. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to know if the $500,000 for the sign-on or for the bonuses for the landlord program, if those are not used, what happens to that money?
Ms. Wiggins, can you answer that question? You need to repeat it.
Sure. So they're included in this resolution as $500,000 for bonuses for landlords that will start to accept the vouchers for subsidized housing. And if the $500,000 isn't all used, as with any of the funding that's provided, what we did with the CARES Act is the council at the very end said any unused from any of the resolutions then became available for public safety salary. So at this point, it would have to be reappropriated. It would just sit there. It would have to come back to council for some kind of reappropriation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Evans. Any other questions about the resolution? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Again, it's RS 2021-1207 as substituted. All those in favor of the resolution as substituted say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution as substituted is adopted. All right, so we're on item number 60. This is RS 2021-1209 by Toombs, Allen, and Withers. Resolution authorizing the Director of Public Property Administration or his designee exercise an option to purchase a certain parcel of property located at 1354 Brick Church Pike and 0 Brick Church Pike. Councilmember Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I actually need this to track with the CSP, so I'm going to defer this. Oh, well, I'd like to move to defer it 2 meetings.
All right, let's
Do I need
get
committee reports?
Committee reports, just Budget and Finance. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended a 1 meeting deferral, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee also recommended the deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Toombs, now you're ready.
Thank you. I'd like to move for a 2 meeting deferral.
2 meeting deferral, okay. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the 2 meeting deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion to defer passes. Next item is item number 72. And this is on page 32 of the agenda. RS 2021-1221, Taylor, Murphy, Allen, and Young. Resolution approving an application for a multimodal access grant from the Tennessee Department of Transportation to the Metropolitan government through NDOT to complete improvements along Charlotte Avenue from 28th Avenue North to 39th Avenue North to address existing pedestrian bicycle facility gaps and other safety concerns. Councilmember Murphy, you recognized.
Thank you. Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 12 in favor, 0 against.
Transportation and Infrastructure, Councilmember O'Connell.
Which item?
1221, item number 72.
Oh, yeah, okay. I thought it was on consent. We were 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Murphy, back to you.
Thank you. Councilman Taylor and I would like to defer this 1 meeting. This is similar to a different deferral that we requested on a Charlotte Avenue project. We feel that when these projects come through, it's helpful for NDOT to give us more of a briefing and specifics so we can then in turn share that with our constituents. So our hope and desire is that we don't have to keep deferring bills like this and that we all can get that information in advance. But at this time, we need to defer this 1 meeting. Thank you.
All right, the motion is to defer 1 meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is deferred 1 meeting. Next item is item number 79, RS 2021-1228, resolution honoring the life of Kevin Cordell. Councilmember Rosenberg, this is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
That should have gone to rules. Councilmember Pooley, you're recognized.
Yes, rules recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. This resolution recognizes the life of a kind and hardworking and generous and just somebody who was a real asset to our city and held a lot of passions in our civic spaces. And I move approval.
All right, so Councilmember Rosenberg has moved approval of RS 2021-1228, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There's many of you in this room that know Kevin Cordell. He was active in the community in a lot of ways, but he also had a printing company, and he's printed a lot of our signs that have been in a lot of people's yards and other campaign materials. I wanted to bring up the councilmanic courtesy that has been lost. Apparently, it was addressed by Councilman O'Connell not too long ago. I don't understand why this resolution was not shared with the entire body for an opportunity as a co-sponsor, but he was a resident of District 26. So I just encourage everyone to please use councilmanic courtesy when we're honoring the life of any constituent of Davidson County. But I would support this, and I hope that everyone else will. And I would also like to have everyone sign on as a co-sponsor without objection for everyone that's present and voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Rosenberg, okay with everybody voting in the affirmative?
I am, and that was in really poor taste, and I'm sorry that just happened.
No. So let's take a vote on this. Everybody voting in favor of the resolution would be added as a sponsor. We're voting on RS 2021-1228. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. We're on RS 2021-1229. Councilmember Mendes, O'Connell, Evans, and a host of other folks. Resolution recognizing the life-saving actions of certain Metro personnel and highlighting the importance of recognizing the signs of stroke. Councilmember Mendes, you're recognized.
Committee report, please.
Rules, Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Rules recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Mendes.
Move approval with a brief explanation.
All right, the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
I just wanted to, first of all, thank I think there's 26 sponsors on this. This, as you've seen in the resolution, celebrates Metro EMT and firefighter who dealt with one of our judges who were in the building was having symptoms of stroke and got the judge over to Vanderbilt. We're going to have a presentation at a later meeting where we'll get the Metro Fire guys here and the judges that were involved and be able to make a presentation. I just wanted to let everybody know that and say thanks. That's it, Vice Mayor.
All right, so the motion is to approve the resolution, again, properly seconded. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. We have one late file resolution. This is by Councilmember Allen. It's a resolution accepting an amended shuttered venue operators grant from the U.S. Small Business Administration to the Metropolitan Government acting bond through the Municipal Auditorium for emergency assistance for venues affected by COVID-19. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Do I start with suspending the rules or committee reports?
No, you got to start with suspending the rules first.
So I would like to make a request to suspend the rules and.
All right, so this was a late file. Councilmember Pulley, did this come before you? There you are.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, it did, and there was no objection.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Allen is moving to suspend the rules to get this late file resolution before us tonight. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, Councilmember Allen, the rules are suspended. Now you're on your resolution. Now you can have committee reports.
I'll ask for committee reports.
All right, so public facilities, Councilmember Bradford, that's yours. Whoops, sorry.
Public Facilities reviewed the late item and approved it 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and I believe it went to budget as well.
That's correct. It also went to rules, which you've talked about. Okay. Budget and Finance approved, 9 in favor, 0 against. And I'll give a brief explanation of why it's late filed and then ask for approval.
All right.
This has a deadline that comes up before our next council meeting, and this is for a grant that will help provide funding to the Municipal Auditorium as a shuttered venue, which also was providing housing for homeless individuals during the pandemic. So this is needed reimbursement, and there's a deadline on the application before our next meeting, so that's why it's late filed. So I ask for approval.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved for approval of this late filed resolution, properly seconded. Discussion on the resolution, Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to ask if I could be added as a co-sponsor to this resolution.
Wait a minute, say that again. Bless you.
Yes,
Stiles.
Vice Mayor, I was asking if I could be added as a co-sponsor to this resolution.
Yeah, you can be.
Thank you.
If Councilmember Hager would quit sneezing, I could get you added as a sponsor on the resolution. Yeah, we can add you as a sponsor. All right, we're ready to vote. The motion is to approve the late file resolution, again properly seconded. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. So we are now on bills on introduction and first reading. There is a whole bunch of them. Does anything need to be bumped off the first reading, bills on introduction and first reading? Councilmember Hager, you keep making noise. Do you want anything bumped? Yeah, okay. All right, nothing needs to be taken off separately. If there's no objection, we'll consider all ordinances on first reading in one vote at this time. Is there a motion to adopt? Proper motion, proper second. All those in favor of all the bills on introduction, first reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. All bills on introduction, first reading pass. All right, so that takes us to second reading bills. On page 47 of the calendar. All right, and we have a consent calendar. go through those things. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Bills on second reading consent. Item number 122, BL 2021-784 is on consent. I heard from Vice Mayor. Councilmember Murphy?
Be clear, did you just say item 122 is on consent?
It's on consent, so we were just talking about it. It's a disapproved bill.
I'd like it bumped.
Okay, that's fine. Obviously, it's not on third reading yet, but it can be bumped off, okay? 787 is already done. The next bill on consent is item number 129, BL 2021-962. 964, item 131 is on consent. 965 is on consent. 966 is on consent. 967 is on consent. 968 on consent. 969 is on consent. Okay. Anything needs to be bumped off? First bill up on the consent is BL 2021-962 by Parker, Allen, and Withers, an ordinance approving and authorizing the Director of Public Property Administration to accept a donation of 14 square feet of real property located at the property line between 914 East Trinity Lane and 936 East Trinity Lane. BL 2021-964, that's item 131, Sledge, Wither, and others, an ordinance declaring certain planned roads on the Nashville Fairgrounds campus to be public rights of way. BL 2021-965 by Toombs, Wither, and Young, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains, manholes, easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer water mains, manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for three properties located at 1104, 1106 Baptist Rural Center Drive and 1407 Napoleon Street. BL 2021-966 by Withers, Young, and Lee. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, manholes, and easements for property located at 7211 Carruthers Road, also known as Carruthers Crossings, Phase 10, Section 1A. BL 2021-967, that's item 134, Lee, Withers, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 7211 Carruthers Road, also known as Carruthers Crossing, Phase 10, Section 1B. BL 2021-968, Sledge, Withers, and Young, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to accept new sanitary sewer manholes for property located at 101 Factory Street. And BL 2021-969 by Councilmember Withers, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing sanitary sewer mains, manholes, and a portion of easement rights for property located at 405 South 4th Street, formerly alley number 305, also known as the Shelby House Apartments. Those are the bills on consent. Anything needs to be bumped off? All right, I need committee reports. Got it. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr.
Got
Vice
one.
Mayor. Budget and Finance considered BL 2021-962 and recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I believe that all of our votes on the consent items were the same, but the Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered BL 2021-962, 964, 965, 966, 967, 968, and 969. And we recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers.
That calendar.
Okay. Councilmember Bradford, you've got one of them.
We had 964, I believe, on consent, and it was 8 in favor, 0 against for approval.
All right, and Councilmember O'Connell, Transportation.
We had on consent BL 2021-964, 965, 966, 967, 968, and 969. All were approved, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and if I can have a motion to approve.
So moved.
So Councilmember O'Connell has moved second reading consent agenda. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the consent agenda on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. Second reading consent agenda passes. All right, let's go back through these bills that were not on it. Item number 122 is the first bill under bills on second reading. BL 2021-784 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance amending section 17.36.680, 17.36.690 of the Metropolitan Code. Expand the allowable locations of a detached accessory dwelling unit. Overlay District. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning, Zoning, and Historic Planning and Zoning Committee, considered this item and recommended approval. 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Okay, Councilmember Parker, back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we need to hear from planning on this one again?
No. So we heard it on, we've already heard before.
Okay.
Even though it's a disapproved, it'll come up on third reading and the required 27 votes. But unless you have questions now, I don't think we have to do anything tonight.
I don't, but I would like to move for approval with an explanation as to why this is a disapproved bill.
All right, so Councilmember Parker has moved BL 2021-784 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So to begin with, just a little context, the Highland Heights neighborhood in 2018 went through a really thorough small area study and community plan. That plan established various zones, which indicated mixed use and various intensities and residential uses in various intensities. The least intense zone established by that plan is the R1 subdistrict, and the least intense entitlements called for in the R1 subdistrict is a single-family home plus a DADU. Now, prior to the establishment of the DADU overlay, there really was not a base zoning that would get us there. So, since the beginning of my term, I've been going back and forth with the community about how do we get there? How do we, see the plan through? And when I went to staff, they said, Councilmember Allen is working on this DADU overlay. It's appropriate to wait for that. So everyone waited. We've had a lot of meetings about this. Initially, my goal with this legislation was to really expand the scope of where DADUs are allowed. So I was lowering the square footage requirements. I was eliminating the alley requirement. Planning staff was not comfortable with that. So essentially, all of that is gone from the substitute bill, which is what's before us today. All this bill does is make the DADU overlay applicable to the Highland Heights small area plan. Just strictly the area of Highland Heights. And I believe that is all that this one does. And we also have a substitute on the actual bill that applies the overlay. And if you recall, there was some opposition present at both the Planning Commission and the Council public hearing. I want to just go ahead and share with y'all that everyone who came here in opposition, as well as a number of other neighbors who have reached out to me with concerns about this legislation, they have all had their areas removed. So this is strictly, if you know the neighborhood, this only covers areas west of Lishi now, areas that do have alleys and do have large enough lots to support DADUs under the existing guidelines. So again, this is a staff-approved bill. It's been considerably pared down from its initial form, and we had some great discussion at the Planning Committee meeting yesterday. But with that, I will renew my motion asking for y'all's support on this, and I'm happy to answer any questions or entertain any other discussion. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Parker has moved approval of 2021-784 on second reading, again properly seconded. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I apologize I wasn't in planning yesterday. I was under the weather and having to finish things up at work. The concerns that I have with this legislation is that we are less than a year old from the DADU overlay that this council passed. And my concern is that it was stated on the floor by multiple sponsors multiple times that this was just going to be in the UZO, and if you didn't want it, you didn't have to have it, so on and so forth. And my concern is that we're turning around and changing the legislation that is less than a year old and using a community policy plan rather than expanding the UZO or going about a different manner. I think that I can appreciate the sponsor's intent here and desire here, and I know that he's made several changes. But my concern is that when we pass legislation and then change a major selling point of that legislation less than a year after passing it, it not only is confusing for our constituents, it makes the process confusing, and I think it's a poor policy decision. And so I think that there are other ways to skin this cat and get the desired outcomes that the neighborhood would want. I just have serious concerns about changing the policy outside of the UZO when that is exactly how it was sold to us on the council floor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Back to Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. So while, yes, the legislation, we are less than a year out from that. We are 3 years out from the Highland Heights Small Area Plan study and application of that plan. And I understand the concern. However, this is not changing the legislation countywide. This is a neighborhood-specific legislation. This is one neighborhood which is entirely contained within District 5. And again, this change would be supported by the community plan that is active and in place in that neighborhood. So again, I would just renew my call for approval and ask for my colleagues' support here.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate the thoughtful consideration that's gone in this, and also that went into the whole process of creating the day-to overlay. And as we've spoken about, it has been many years in the making. And I would say that I think it is extremely relevant that this is being driven by a community process that was exactly the kind of deliberate conversation that needs to happen when this is applied. So I feel more comfortable with it, knowing that it was a community plan process that specifically called for the day-dos in that. And I would wonder if someone at the planning table might answer the question of if that is a somewhat unique community plan that specifically had that provision in it. I mean, I believe that this is probably the only area that has already been through that process that would apply it retroactively, and that in the future we would be again requiring a very intensively engaged process before we ask to do that. So that's my question. Is this a somewhat unique area in terms of that?
Ms. Milligan.
Sure. So I will say that the Highland Heights plan is, well, let me start by saying that all of our small area plans differ from area to area depending on what the goals of the community are for that particular plan. It's a very personalized process when we go out to do these intensive small area plans. For instance, we've had several corridor studies, Dickerson South, Dickerson North, where the focus there has been on transportation, pedestrian infrastructure, those sorts of things. With Highland Heights, it was a very detailed, almost parcel level planning process where it involved the creation of several districts within that community. And one of the things that we heard from the community was a desire to sort of stop parcel by parcel rezonings in the area that had been a concern that had been happening. They also had neighborhood evolving policy applied across sort of broad swaths of the community, and they didn't want that anymore. They wanted it to go back to neighborhood maintenance, but they did want to have the ability to have these gentle insertions of density through something like a DADU. And so that was built into that plan. Off the top of my head, I mean, I know that we did something sort of similar in Wedgwood, Houston, but Wedgwood, Houston, Chestnut Hill also got a UDO that helps to implement some of their actually more intense density goals for missing middle housing, whereas Wedgwood, Houston's was really focused on these types of DADUs. So yes, it is somewhat unique situation in our community plans.
Councilmember Allen. Good. Okay. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Don't want to reiterate what planning has said, but as an East Nashville council member and a person who's been around that community for a long time, I know that I followed closely the work that Highland Heights did during the last term, worked very, very closely with planning staff. Not only was there that push for general density, as Ms. Milligan stated, but I mean, there's a mobility plan. There's a lot of different components to that plan. And those neighbors really asked for that and worked very, very closely with the planning department on that. And I think that does make this a little bit of an exception. As a consolation maybe to some, this is immediately adjacent to the urban zoning overlay. So that also helps where it's not kind of an island that's out there. In terms of other parts of District 5, the other route that had been taken previously to allow day-dos in District 5 had been a day-do SP that was implemented sort of under the premise of keeping RS zoning and then allowing day-dos. What subsequently happened, particularly during the last term, is that even though there had been that day-do SP, which does make permitting a little bit wonky, they continued to, the council member at the time continued to file single lot zone changes to allow traditional duplexes anyway, or sometimes even additional zoning. And so I think even in that case, some of the original premise for for what at the time was an innovative idea for using an SP didn't pan out necessarily the way that the community probably thought that it would have over the years. So this, I think, is an appropriate use of the day-do overlay. It is adjacent to it. It is in an area that does have a small area plan that has many components. It does restrict short-term rentals, obviously, so that the area where folks would be constructing these would be providing additional housing in an area that's experiencing significant price appreciation in that area. So I think this will be a benefit to that community and would encourage colleagues to support it this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Hancock.
I do appreciate the councilman taking out the exceptions that were previously in the policy so that it's like the current policy, and the fact that it is adjacent to the current UZO makes me feel comfortable, and that it seems to be a sister neighborhood to Virginia, Highlands, and Atlanta, who just won the World Series. I'd like to support this bill. Thank you.
You know, I was recording that, so I wouldn't know. Councilmember Parker, anything back from you?
I'd just like to echo a lot of what was said from planning and my colleagues. You know, on the theme of gentle density in this particular neighborhood and really throughout my district, you know, people do feel it's appropriate in a lot of places. You know, what we don't want to see in a lot of neighborhoods is just the 2-on-1 kind of tall and skinny look. So a lot of people in the neighborhood feel this is a way to get that gentle density while preserving sort of the spacing and the rhythm that exists in the neighborhoods, while still allowing for a little bit more density. So I think it's the right move for the neighborhood. And again, I'd ask for my colleagues to please support this.
All right. So where we are, we're on BL 2021-784. It's on second reading. Councilmember Parker has moved for approval on second reading, properly seconded. Nobody else in the queue, ready to vote. All those in favor of passage of BL 2021-784 on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, so I think we've got just one designated now, but it's on second reading. So it passes on second reading. We are now ready to go on to BL 2021-791 by Councilmember Parker, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a detached accessory dwelling unit overlay district to various properties located south of East Trinity Lane, north of Douglas Avenue, east of Dickerson Pike, and west of Ellington Parkway. Zone RS5, R6, R6A, RM15A, and OR20. Councilmember Parker, and you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee considered this as well as the substitute and recommended approval of the substitute and the bill as substituted, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
All right. Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the substitute with a brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Parker has moved to substitute, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. So this substitute considerably reduces the area of application of the DADU overlay, and this is in response to two factors. One is that we modified the previous bill to eliminate all the countywide impact and not change any of the standards about square footage and about alley access. So a lot of the lots that were in this initially are just not eligible under the current DADU rules. And then secondly, at the Planning Commission meeting, at a community meeting I held after that, and then at our regularly scheduled neighborhood meetings, as well as just individuals in the neighborhood reaching directly out to me and requesting that their area be taken out. That's the other factor that has led to areas being removed from this. So there's a map, I believe, in your amendments packet if you're curious about the area of application that's being proposed here, but it's really limited to the west, things west of Lishi at this point. And then there's further a few little cutouts here and there. So with that, I would move the substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Parker has explained the substitute. He's moved the substitute. It's been properly seconded. Any questions about the substitute? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All in favor of the substitute, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. You're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move the bill as substituted for approval.
All right, so the motion is to approve 2021-791 as substituted, properly seconded. Discussion on the motion to pass 2021-791 on second reading. Seeing none, ready to vote. BL 2021-791 as substituted. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill, abstain? Councilor Murphy abstains? Okay, all right. So bill passes on second reading. We're now on item number 126, BL 2021-897 by Councilmember Sepulveda. An ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying contextual overlay district to various properties located east of Nolensville Pike, zone R10, R15, R20, and RS10. It's 136.48 acres. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move the substitute.
Okay, we get a planning report first. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered this item. We recommended approval of the substitute and the bill as substituted. 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
Thank you. Okay, now Councilmember Sepulveda, you can move your substitute.
I'd like to move the substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Sepulveda moves her substitute ordinance, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thank you. The substitute takes out one of the streets that, with our last community meeting, one of the streets wanted to be excluded from the contextual overlay, so the substitute does that.
Okay, so you've heard an explanation of the substitute. Again, Councilmember Sepulveda has moved it, properly second. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. Now you're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you. I'd like to defer for 2 meetings.
Okay, the motion is to defer for 2 meetings. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, we're voting on a deferral motion of 2 meetings. All in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. The bill is deferred 2 meetings. We're on item number 127, BL 2021-912 by Alan O'Connell, Swara, and others. Ordinance amending Chapter 2.213 of the Metropolitan Code to create a mechanism for the implementation of the Inclusionary Housing Incentive Program. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to defer to December 7th with a brief explanation.
All right, let's get some committee reports.
Sorry, Mr.
first.
Vice Mayor, committee reports, please.
Let's get one from Councilmember Parker, Affordable Housing.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Affordable Housing Committee voted 8 in favor of the bill as amended, none against.
Let's make sure we got it. BL 2021-912.
Oh, I apologize. For a 2-meeting deferral
Okay.
as amended. I apologize.
Okay.
Thank you.
We couldn't find an amendment. That's why we checked.
Oh, yes.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Planning and Zoning Committee met and considered this item and voted in favor of a 2-meeting deferral. 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
All right, Councilmember Allen, you got the last one, Budget and Finance.
Budget and Finance voted for a 2-meeting deferral, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, now, Councilmember Allen.
So brief explanation. This is the companion bill to BL 2021-832, which was, we deferred earlier to allow some time to work out some details on who's responsible for some of the financial calculations. And that also will track with the planning hearing. So this will keep all those bills in sequence together. So I ask for 2-meeting deferral.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved to defer BL 2021-912 for 2 meetings, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. Bill is deferred 2 meetings. Okay. All right, next one up. Item number 130, BL 2021-963 by O'Connell, Allen, Withers, and others. Ordinance accepting a Greenway conservation easement and approving a Greenway participation agreement and declaration both in connection with improvements to the Bicentennial Mall Greenway connector. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This went to 4 committees. I'd like to get those reports.
All right, let's start getting them. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval as amended, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Public Facilities, Councilmember Bradford.
Public Facilities recommended approval, 8 in favor, none against, and we also approved the amendment, 7 in favor, none against.
All right, Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met and considered this item and recommended approval of the bill as amended, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
All right, and Councilmember O'Connell, you got Transportation.
Yes, sir. We were 10 in favor, 0 against for both the amendment and the bill.
All right, you're on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and move the amendment, please.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell moves the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendez brought this amendment, and it basically is an effort to ensure that the easement itself does not prohibit e-bikes as we are continuing the discussion around the community about the availability of those. Apparently, there had been some concern that previous easements themselves had excluded that, and so we want to preserve the flexibility to make forward-going decisions. That's what the amendment is for, and encourage support.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved the amendment, again properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Councilmember O'Connell, you're on your bill as amended.
Thank you. I'd like to move approval. A brief comment.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell has moved passage of 2021-963 on second reading as amended. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. This is actually an important infrastructure moment for District 19, and I know there are at least some other council members who are aware of the situation here. When we designed what is now First Horizon Ballpark, I was among the neighborhood folks who were excited to see the Greenway kind of connecting the Cumberland River over toward the farmers market by way of the ballpark. What I think no one realized at the time was that it would literally be cutting through the ballpark, meaning that if the ballpark itself was not open to the public, that the Greenway too would be closed to the public, which has meant that over the life of the Greenway since the ballpark opened, it has been closed frequently more than 50% of the time, including most of the time that the facility was shut down last year during COVID. This will permanently resolve that, moving the Greenway into a fully public portion of right-of-way there, and excited to get this done and encourage colleagues to support. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell is moving 2021-963 as amended for passage on second reading. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of 2021-963 as amended for passage on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, I believe that takes care of all the bills on second reading. Okay, we are now on bills on third reading. We do have a consent agenda. Let me go over those real quick. Bill 2021-913 is on consent. 924, item 141 is on consent. 925 on consent. 926 on consent. 927 on consent. 928 on consent, and 959 is on consent. Anything need to be bumped off of that? All right. Here are the bills on the consent agenda on third reading. Bill 2021-913 by Councilmember Hager, an ordinance to amend substitute ordinance number BL 2019-1633, permit certain individuals with active permits on file with the Department of Codes Administration as of January 1st, 2022 to be eligible for short-term rental property, non-owner occupied permits. BL 2021-924, Allen, Toombs, Murphy, and Young. Ordinance authorizing the granting of permanent and temporary construction easements to Piedmont Natural Gas Company on certain property owned by the Metropolitan Government. BL 2021-925 by Toombs, Murphy, and Young, an ordinance to amend the GIS system street and alley centerline layer for the Metropolitan Government by abandoning an unnamed right-of-way and easement off of Old Matthews Road. BL 2021-926 by Councilmember Young, ordinance approving a cooperative research and development agreement between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County through the Metropolitan Department of Water and Sewer Services, the Department of Homeland Security, and IntelliSense Systems, Inc. for the testing and evaluation of flood sensors. BL 2021-927, Roten, Murphy, and Young, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to negotiate and accept permanent easements for the Surrey Road Stormwater Improvement Project for 8 properties located on Surrey Road. BL 2021-928, Toombs, Murphy, and Young, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County abandoning existing sanitary sewer mains, sewer lines, sewer manholes, catch basins, easements to relocate storm sewer lines, except new sanitary sewer and water mains, sewer manholes, catch basins, fire hydrant assemblies and easements probably located at 131 Great Circle Road and Cumberland Road unnumbered, also known as the Duke at Metro Center Development. And BL 2021-959, Hurt, Nash, and Saguaro, an ordinance naming the county clerk's office lobby at the Howard Office Building in honor of Mike Taylor, Chief Deputy Clerk of the Davidson County Clerk's Office. Anything need to be bumped off of third reading consent calendar? Seeing none, all committee reports are in. Councilmember Hall, I'll entertain a motion to approve all bills on third reading consent. Just give me a nod. Councilmember Hall has moved all the bills on third reading consent, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of all those bills on third reading consent calendar say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, these are the bills that are remaining. Bill 2021-907 by Councilmember O'Connell, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from IR to SP zoning for properties located at 121 Madison Street at the southeast corner of 2nd Avenue North and Madison Street. It's 1.42 acres to permit self-storage use. It's a disapproved bill, but it can also to be taken with 138. It's the connector bill, BL 2021-908. Ordinance authorized building material restrictions requirements for BL 2021-907 at the south, located at 121 Madison Street at the southeast corner of 2nd Avenue North and Madison Street. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think colleagues understand. Well, yeah, let me go ahead and move approval here. We've got a substitute, so I guess, can I move the substitute here?
Yeah, so the substitute is on 2021-907?
Yes.
That's the first one? All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved the substitute on 2021-907, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. Just, and by way of quick explanation, that substitute was a housekeeping error. The bill itself we'll talk about in a second. I'd like to move the bill with a brief comment.
Let's get the substitute passed first.
Sorry, yes.
All right, so the substitute, Councilmember O'Connell has moved the substitute, properly seconded. All in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. You're on 2021-907 as substituted and also 2021-908.
Great, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the bill as substituted with a brief comment.
All right, do you want to take them together? Is that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Without objection, we're going to take them together because they have to go together. So Councilmember O'Connell has moved 2021-907 as substituted and 2021-908 for passage on third reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.